Wait.
No, wait.
Never has something.
Sorry.
We'll all be staring at him anyway, but hopefully we're not staring at him too much.
That's official. I'm trying to find that.
The Oh, okay. We are live. Are we being recorded or no?
Has to be recorded.
That's in my handwriting.
Okay,
So
we
I
are
probably
recording.
should-
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead.
I'm gonna welcome everybody. Is he here?
No, but we're live. So we're live.
Go.
Yep.
All right. Welcome everybody to the November 21 meeting for Blue Ribbon. I hope you all had a good summer. We're going to start with introductions, I believe.
Yes, welcome and introductions is first. I'll be going back and forth between the screen and the agenda, so we'll just have to do it that way since I only have one screen.
Okay, you want to start live with folks that are here?
Sure. Okay, let's do
Sound
it.
good?
Sure, and then work around.
Work around.
Okay, my name is Trina Hedrick. I'm the Coldwater Sportfish Coordinator for the Division of Wildlife, and I guess the division representative, I guess, on the Blue Ribbon Council.
I'm TJ Sopolis. I'm the Coldwater rep, and I'll chair this meeting for a little bit longer. I think I've got a little more time.
I'm Bill Clough. I'm a new kid on the block.
Mickey Anderson, commercial rep.
Jordan Nielsen, I represent Southeast Region. Clint Brunson, Division Wildlife Resources out of the Northern Region, Assistant Aquatics Manager.
I'm Jane Geis. I'm here as a candidate to join the group, I guess.
Yes, and there's a few of you around. So just so everyone knows, we've had some folks who didn't want to re-up for their second term. There's Jamie and Rich. So she's up for the Coldwater rep. So that was Rich's position. Russ has agreed to move over to the warm water position, and Dean has, and he'll introduce himself here in a minute, but Dean has decided he would love to have the northern region position. And then Dan, he will introduce himself in a minute. He fishes a lot in the northeastern region and feels comfortable taking on the northeastern region representative. So at the very end of the meeting, we'll give them a chance to maybe just talk a little bit about their fishing experience and why they want to be on the council. And then we'll, awkwardly enough, ask them to step out. We'll have a vote, and yeah, that was good.
Russ Lawrence, Northern Region rep for just a few more hours. Okay?
Right.
Larry Finch at large.
Ed Hill.
Dean Kreger. Larry Larson, Southern Utah rep.
Josue Hernandez, Northeast Region, Sportfish Bio.
Tyler Robinson, Central Region, Sportfish Bio.
Brant Haley and South Zone Fish Biologist for the Wasatch Cache Forest Service.
I think Ray Wade, I'm a fisheries biologist in the southern region.
Online.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna jump ahead. Okay, I'll go ahead and just call on everyone in order so we don't have just a lot of dead space there. So Calvin?
I'm Calvin Black. I'm the Assistant Aquatics Manager for the Division of Wildlife in the Southeast Region.
Chris Crockett?
Good morning. I'm Chris Crockett. I'm the Regional Aquatics Manager out of our Central Region office with DWR.
Bert?
Hi, I'm Bert Lay. I served as Coldwater representative from 2015 to 2021, and I was chair of the council for the last half of that, roughly. But for the last 14 and a half years, I've served as either an officer or a member of the board of directors of the Utah Stream Access Coalition. Thanks for letting me join.
And Lindy's not expecting it, but I'm going to have her introduce herself because she does a lot for us, even if we don't see her all the time.
Hello, it's Lindy. I'm here.
Lindy gets our lunches and then also is using some new software. She does our notes too, but she's using some new software to try out this go around. But yeah, Lindy does a lot of important stuff. So
I hope that this new thing is going to work, but if it doesn't, we'll just stick with the old way. So Trina, you're still recording it, right?
It is being recorded. Yes.
Perfect. Have a great meeting, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Michaela?
I'm Michaela. I'm the aquatics biologist here in the southern region.
Oakley?
Hey, I'm Oakley. I am also an aquatics biologist here in the southern region.
Rebecca?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Rebecca Grenier here, cold water representative.
Ryan?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ryan Newman. I'm technically the warm water rep, one of them, but I do lots of other things. And maybe we need to be readjusted as well.
Maybe next time. Terry?
Yeah,
Oh, we can't
Terry
hear you.
Hill, at large representative.
He's
Right?
traveling. That's probably why you can't.
Yep. Thanks for joining us. It looks like you're probably off doing something fun. So, okay, that was it. Thanks, everyone. It was a great turnout.
So we got everybody. Now you want to introduce the new folks?
Do you want
Or
to
do you want to do minutes first? Why don't we do minutes, then we'll introduce the new folks.
Okay.
The minutes were all sent out for June. I made one correction. I didn't see any other corrections. Did you have any other corrections?
I did not. I read through it. It was just, it was on June 20th, and I think it said June 27th, and that was it. But did anyone else have any?
Any other corrections to the minutes of June 20th? A motion to approve?
So moved.
Got
Who
two
was that?
motion. Got,
Okay.
Larry, yeah. Any seconds?
Second.
Russ seconds. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, minutes are passed.
I'm going to try and do a better job of keeping track, because that's something that's hard for,
Yeah.
that doesn't come through very well in the notes.
Okay,
Okay. I'm going to close that.
all right, we've got approval. Do you want to introduce the new folks before we get to the regional
Sure, let's do
updates?
that. So basically what I've asked is just that everyone, and we did hear from Dean, maybe you could just do kind of the same introduction or similar introduction, but just, why are you interested in the council? Your experience fishing in Utah, and just anything you want to tell us about yourself. And I don't know, Dean, you want to go?
Sure. Clint, if I get too long, throw that book at me. That's your job, man. All right, I'm Dean Krager. I've met a number of you from last meeting. Back in 2007, before I married my wife, she made me get this book written by Steve Cook about fishing in Utah. I lived in Idaho at the time and we weren't married yet. She said, my wife said, there was good fishing in Utah. Okay, living in Idaho, I was skeptical, to say the least. But she put me in the car before we got married and she took me around to a few bodies of water. Little did I know, 17 years later, I would be volunteering or trying to volunteer to help maintain the fisheries in those waters in some form or another. It's interesting how life takes a different course. And the thing I've been impressed with fishing in Utah, and I got the same feeling in Idaho, the people in Fish and Game care about the fishery and the fishermen. Where I grew up in California, I would talk to fishery personnel growing up, and I got the sense that I was nothing more than an annoyance. I don't get that feeling here. I'd like to be part of the group that would convey that kind of message. That's one of the reasons why I'm running for this position. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Dan Hill, and I grew up here in Utah, fishing and enjoying the fisheries that we have here. It's been amazing. Looking back at my years of fishing here with my dad and brothers, and I continue to fish. I just recently retired after last school year and bought a boat and have been doing a lot of fishing this summer. So I just want to give back to the great experiences that I've had and try to help keep our fisheries healthy is what my goal would be.
So I'm Jane Geis, and I've lived in Utah since '94, and I thought I was a fly fisherman until I retired in 2018, and that's when I found out how little I knew about the waters here in Utah and also about fly fishing. So I joined High Country Fly Fishers. Although I live here in Salt Lake, I joined the TU Club in Park City and also Bonneville Fly Fishers. I'm on both of those boards. I'm the conservation chair for High Country and the trips committee leader for Bonneville. I do a lot of conservation work. I've done boot stations with Tyler. We cut willows, numerous willow cuttings for the Provo River Delta. We planted willows out on Dock Flats Road, like 1,100 willows. That was a combination of the clubs. And I just feel like the waters here in Utah, I mean, if we use them, we should support them. I try to give back to the community. I'm no outstanding fly fisher, but I do teach kids in the Park City Recreation Program to fly fish, and I support the casting classes at High Country as a teacher. I have won the single fly with my team. Trying to tell me to be sure to.
Yeah, I was impressed. Like, I'd be showing
I
that
just
off
want to
if I-
say Lance Egan's team was second. And I think that's, I fish moving water. My interest in the council is, I think it's really interesting what you guys do and the interaction with the governor. But also, selfishly, I feel like it'll be a great way to learn new streams that, because I typically fish the Provo, the Middle, the Lower, the Duchesne, places that everybody knows. And I just feel like this might be an opportunity to learn some new places, meet some new people. So, the end.
Thanks, Jill. Okay, so like I said, at the very end, we'll take a vote and just feel free to participate. Obviously, you can't vote on stuff, but most of the stuff is just discussion anyway, right? So feel free to participate as much as you want. And at the end, after the vote, I have to say, depending on the results, right? It's not a foregone conclusion, but I do have some things for you. So three of you just stick around. And then Laren and Bill, I have some stuff for you in my office too, because you were online last time and I don't think he was official yet. So I got some stuff.
I'd like to inject, even though I'm on the council officially, I have an anecdotal story that builds a little bit on what Dean said. I lived in Idaho Falls from 1973 till I finally sold a house in 2012. I bought my house in Beaver in 2010. In 2010, I knew there were no fish in this state. Because the reason I knew that, because every time I drive up to Highland Park in my old motorhome, every vehicle that passed me had a Utah flag. So that led to this logical conclusion that there are no fish in Utah. And fast forward to somewhere 12 or thereabouts, after getting settled in the house here, I joined High Country. I've been a Trout Unlimited life member for a long time, and I was active in that club up in Idaho, but mostly in terms of participating in the outings, because I didn't get to retire until a couple of years after I moved here. But then I met John Schultz, who taught me basically, if you will, how to fish stillwater. Because I didn't think there were any fish in Henders Lake anyway, because I could never catch a fish when nobody bothered to tell me there is a different sport on stillwater compared to moving water. So now I feel very good that number one, I'm sad that I'm not out with John and another friend of ours, Jack Campbell, today. Because my best year at Strawberry this year was only 31 fish. But last year I did 44. And that was gonna be my goal today until I looked at my notes and found I have a meeting here today, so.
No fun for you.
So
Not
I tell my Idaho friends there are no fish in Utah. But I catch more pounds of fish here in Stillwater than I ever did on any given year, all year long. And sometimes I think that's maybe more pounds of fish in one day. So anyway, I've enjoyed learning to Stillwater fish here and with one of the state's well-known and quite expert fisher persons.
Thanks. What, there's some updates that you wanted to give. There's gonna be moving around of folks today, or, what's it? We're moving, who's going to warm water? Is that you?
Yeah,
Okay,
Russ is gonna move. So that's really the only movement.
Okay.
And then it's voting people in.
okay,
So, but I figure we could just do that at the very end.
all right.
They've already introduced themselves. Like, is there much discussion that needs to be happening, or can we just vote now?
Doesn't matter to me. I was just thinking.
I don't really have any discussion to bring to the table on this.
We've typically asked them to leave.
You guys haven't gotten any calls to impeach any of us, have you?
None yet, but I think that.
Some of the guys out on the ramp might say, kick that guy out of there.
That might be the second vote.
I'm okay with that.
I'm totally fine with that, yeah.
Yeah, get them on board.
I propose that we take the vote now.
We're going to.
You
Okay.
want us to leave? I mean, if Mickey votes against me, I don't want to know. Bert, don't vote against me, Bert.
Well, then maybe you should.
It's so like awkward and weird. I
Yeah.
feel like we need to.
We'll give you the results when you get back.
Never mind, Bert.
Don't go too far. I don't think it's gonna
Okay,
take very
so
long.
it's Rebecca and Ryan. You guys want to turn your screens on? And if I've missed somebody who's actually a voting member. Okay.
I'm excited. They seem like real fine folks.
Yeah.
So you want to have a discussion or you just want to call a vote?
Well, I say we vote.
All three?
All three.
All in
The
favor?
only comment I have.
So I need a
about-
motion
I
and
need
then
a
a
motion, yeah.
second.
I'll move, we vote. The only comment I have with Jane is fasten your seatbelt when she's driving on dirt roads.
Okay.
So I think the motion needs to be that we approve all three.
Yes.
members of the advisory council.
Right.
And I can make that motion.
We got a
Okay.
motion?
Thank you, George.
I'll second.
Got a second?
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And, okay. We got all
So
three.
Jordan made the motion, Larry second, unanimous, right? Like the objective. Let's get them in, get them working.
I like the way you're thinking, TJ.
Well, there's a lot to cover today, so. And I think we got a good team, man, it's a really good team.
It's good to see you on, Rebecca.
There you are.
There she is.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. It's good to be here. Thank you. If I can, for just a sec, I just want to say thank you for all of the well wishes and the flowers that was sent by Blue Ribbon a little bit after I got out of the hospital. So I just appreciate you guys all so much. So thank you. It meant so much to me. Thank you, Ryan.
You're doing well.
Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better.
Hey, do we
Thank
need
you.
also to make a motion to move Russ to warm water?
I don't know.
Can that just be like executive action?
We just moved Mickey over we asked him first, obviously, but that seemed to be fine. So I was gonna operate under that same.
Yeah, but before we get to that, I think we ought to let them know, well, bad news,
Well,
you guys are all stuck, you're here.
Right.
You guys are all here.
Did I mention that I
Welcome.
really want you for 6 years? So.
Actually, last meeting you did mention that. I will, in your defense, I'll say that.
Well, thanks for coming. So Jordan has a housekeeping issue that he's raised about whether we do formally. I have never had it done formally. I think it'll work with the motion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
I
we
mean,
can just cover our bases. We can do
Yeah,
that.
we can do that.
Then I would move that I would make a motion that we move Russ over to warm water representative.
And we need a second. Okay. Bill, second it. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous.
Okay, so you guys are all in favor? Okay.
Same thing.
I saw a thumbs up, so
Anything else housekeeping or should we start?
I think that's it. I'm supposed to be, accepting an AI assistant. And I don't see it, to take our notes, and I don't know what to do. So I guess we'll just keep
Plugging along.
moving on
Yeah.
and hope it shows up.
Well, that AI stuff, it does have hallucinations, so.
Oh, the whole thing. Let me just go to the invite real quick.
See if it's on, then we'll move.
So weird because when I did it, I didn't want it on there and it just kind of inserted itself. So now we want it on there. I don't see it. Okay, well, we'll just
move on.
Yeah, so the next thing is regional updates, and then I was gonna do just a quick just an update on, because we did have a regulation cycle, so I figured I'll go first and then just turn it over to the regional biologist. And so all of our proposed regulations were accepted, even though there was some discussion in some of the RAC meetings. Some of the blue ribbon pertinent ones, Flaming Gorge Reservoir, you probably remember that. We had a lot going on there, right? So there's a lake trout issue. So we went to, and this will all take effect January 1. We wanted it to take effect October 1 in accordance with Wyoming, but it just didn't work out. So on January 1, that's when all of these will take place, or all the changes will take place. So at Flaming Gorge, we'll have unlimited lake trout, 28 inches or less. Still one over. We've done away with the 2-day possession limit at Flaming Gorge. So every water body in the state will have a 2-day possession limit except the gorge. That's going to be in line with Wyoming, and also a little bit more protective for kokanee. And we did drop the kokanee limit to 3 instead of 4. So that is just at Flaming Gorge Reservoir, not at any of the other kokanee waters. We are allowing the use of lake trout for bait, and allowing underwater spearfishing with the use of artificial light for lake trout. So those are all additions just to try to increase harvest of smaller lake trout, especially. And the one thing that kept coming up, and some of you I'm sure are very aware, just the ice hole size restriction. We used to have an 18-inch size restriction. Wyoming never had one. And when we talked to them about it, they've just never had an issue. So they don't, literally statewide, they don't have an ice hole size restriction. Most waters for us is 12 inches, whereas like some of these bigger waters, it was up to 18 inches. So our proposal was just to remove that, be in line with Wyoming. They've never had an issue. Most of the time, it doesn't even freeze up in Utah anyway. So they did ask that with their approval for that whole package, Flaming Gorge, they did ask that we track, do people's behavior change? Because our suspicion is that they don't. Even if you can create a 20-inch ice hole, you're probably not going to. You're probably just going to make the same size that you used to. It's not like it's an opportunity to make a huge ice hole, right?
My
So-
concern is taking kids out. Yeah, you take little kids out on the ice. 20-inch hole is,
An 18-inch hole.
yeah,
is-
it's scary.
So that was the main discussion. And it, like I said, for Wyoming, it just has never been an issue. Their comment was, if you were to restrict the use of vehicles and motorized access to the lake, you probably save more lives. That's the issue. And that's what we typically see too on our side, is pressure ridges and people going over pressure ridges and other weaker spots in the ice, and it's just not there. Ice holes that have been left there. But of course, kids do stick a foot through an ice hole every
Yeah,
time
you
you
get the
go.
wind blowing across and you can't see those holes anymore.
So we are going to track it. That was what the request was. Other regulation changes. Manning Meadow, there's a lot of discussion about Manning Meadow and Barney, and we did end up just removing those special regulations. Gunlock, Sand Hollow, and Quail Creek after the management plans that were crafted down there and a lot of research, they did decide to lift the size restrictions. So it's the statewide bass limit for most of those. Sand Hollow, we went up to 8. Could use more harvest and without any issues. So again, we'll track all of those as well. We added 15 waters in the high Uintas to spearfishing. So that is definitely unique. They wanted, the spear fishermen wanted waters that they could fish with, using their gear type while they were out there camping with their family. So their request was, something within a couple of miles of like campgrounds and trailheads and even unimproved campgrounds. So it was quite a few. I'm not familiar with the northern region, but it was places like Chipeta and Spirit Lake. If you're familiar with that area, and some that were like maybe half mile to a mile hikes in, like around the Chipeta area. I don't remember all of them, but yeah, that was kind of an interesting addition. Like I said, we're going to be researching all of these, including the spearfishing. That was a concern, especially in the central region. And I think in the northern region, there were some folks that showed up or on the rack that were very concerned about the harvest of spear anglers. And we've just never been able to contact them in the creel. They are such a small component. And so we are going to work with them over the next year or so to get them access to, it's called Survey 123, and it's an app that we use a lot, right, for tracking like barriers and assessing barriers just around the state and tracking native species. And we used it for the Flaming Gorge Creel, and it's an easy way to upload information. And then when you have cell service, it uploads to the server. And so it's, there's no paper data sheet. And I think it'll be, if we keep it nice and short and just keep it to what we need to know, we'll get a better understanding of what spear anglers are harvesting, what they're targeting, that kind of thing. So that's kind of the regulation update. I thought that would be, there were definitely a few more, but those were the main blue ribbon ones. Were there any questions on regulations this year?
Same harvest limits would apply to a spear fisherman than a traditional gear.
Including length limits. It's on them to understand, to know what size fish what they've hit. Obviously, there's no catch and release. Yeah.
Unless they're a real bad shot.
Right.
Can they use tanks? Like regular scuba tanks and stuff?
Oh, I was like, what kind of tanks are you?
I'm asking because.
Yes.
That's a good question. If they do, and they go to elevations, they're running some risk.
So most of the ones that we interact with say they don't use scuba tanks because they're trying to be super quiet. So they're holding their breath. There was actually just a podcast, the Division of Wildlife podcast last month. We just listened to it on the way over. It was actually pretty interesting. And so they're just trying to be quiet. They're not trying to disturb the fish. Bubbles definitely can spook some species, not all. So it maybe depends on what they're targeting, but I know a lot of guys just don't use it.
I have one question on Manning, because I've got a lot of pushback on the taking it out of the artificial fly. Is there potential to look at that if there's an impact on that lake to reintroduce that regulation?
Yeah, so and I don't know, Nick, if you want to talk about it, but that was definitely part of the deal.
Yeah, so part of the change in regulations was an agreement by us to monitor it and see if there is a more significant impact than we're guessing there will be. We collected some pretty good data before we did a creel survey with a pretty statistically robust estimate of how much harvest there was. There's just so little. I mean, we kill more fish in the gillnet survey than the total number estimate of harvest all year there.
Right.
So we have some good pre-data, so we'll monitor it. If there's some crazy jump in harvest and it impacts the population, adjust.
So just one thing to add about that particular body is most people that are using that are dry fly enthusiasts, is pretty much who's on that lake, at least during the evenings. So what they're interested in is catching a lot of like 16-inch fish. I mean, we're talking like 30 to 50 in an afternoon rather than going there to catch 1, 2 or 4 pound fish that's probably historically never really been on the, so that's probably the direction I would gauge the viability of that lake is by what their catch rates are in the reservoir. So anyway.
Yeah, and from that creel survey, we have catch rate data and size data.
Anything else on the regs?
Nope.
Hey, you want to go to regional reports?
Sure.
Do you want to start with?
I don't know who wants to go first. Calvin, you're online. You want to go first? We'll get the online one out of the way.
Sure, why not? First off, I apologize for not being there in person. I had planned on coming up today, but a little medical emergency with my dog last night, keeping me close to home today. So, but I will hit a few things here. So Huntington Reservoir, Mammoth, has fished really well this year. We netted it last fall in 2023 and seen some good numbers. And that turned into some good fishing this year for anglers, and had a lot of good reports. As of Friday and Saturday, there was a thin layer of ice across half the reservoir. So it's getting close on ice and up. However, the wind on Monday and Tuesday may have taken the ice all off. So I'm not sure if it's capped yet or not, but here shortly, give it a week or two, we'll probably have thick enough ice for everyone to be up there on Mammoth. We canceled the gill netting at Jones Valley Reservoir this year. We had some issues with personnel and not having enough folks to come out and help, and some other issues. And so we canceled it this year, but we were able to go out and stock tiger muskies this spring. We typically get about 10 to 15,000 1-inch tiger muskie is what we've been getting. This year, since we had a really good spawn and had extra fish, we received just over 25,000 3-inch tiger muskie for Jones Valley. So we should see them starting to grow quite well this next year. And we'll probably do a spring and a fall netting effort up there to watch that growth of that cohort of tiger muskie. Duck Fork Reservoir and our cutthroat spawning trap was very successful this year. Every year I keep coming back and saying it was the most productive and best spawning run ever, or since the new trap, and this year was the case. We had over 1,000 cutthroat enter the trap, and we had an additional 100 plus get past the trap before we were able to get in there and get everything set up. So a lot of fish. We spawned 200 pairs, ended up with just under 170,000 eggs, and we were able to stock out about 77,000 cutthroat within the region. So the trap did great. All the other cutthroat were released to go upstream and spawn on their own. And so again, great spawning run, good sizes. We had fish up to 19, 20 inches in the trap. So we were seeing some age 4, maybe even an age 5 or 2 cutthroat up there this year. So very, very excited for Duck Fork. Lower Fish Creek, had a lot of good angling reports from Lower Fish Creek this year. The middle section, or the WMA section, fished really well from anglers that we spoke to in June and July. They were picking up a lot of rainbows, cutthroat, tiger trout, and browns. We were seeing fish in the 18 to 22 inch range on cutthroat and browns, and some nice tiger trout. We've seen some 3-4 pound tiger trout being caught down there this year too. So I'm excited to see that fish so well. Just for reference, we do stock brown trout every year in there. So this year we put 8,000 at the WMA and 16,000 fingerling brown trout at the dam, and let them move downstream throughout the system. And then we also put another 5,000 at Emma Park at the top of Price Canyon on the Price River. So even though brown trout spawning can be limited in there, we still stock it, and we've been seeing good growth on those fish. A quick update on our couple of projects that Blue Ribbon helped fund. We had the Gordon Creek watershed restoration project that Habitat Council Blue Ribbon provided funding for. We had some issues with the stream alteration permits. That's something I think everybody in the division had issues with this year with our Army Corps permitting. And so we postponed that project until next year. You'll probably see that same proposal this upcoming year. We worked with Trina and Daniel Eddington with WRI, and we requested that the $20,000 that we received from Blue Ribbon be put towards our recapture project that was also funded through Blue Ribbon. And so they transferred that extra 20 grand over to the recapture fish habitat enhancement, because we were going to phase that out into 2, maybe 3 phases. By getting that extra 20,000, we could do everything this year. And so I just spoke with the manufacturer for a habitat project or structures today. We have 50 small brush, which are about 3 feet tall, 50 small trees, which are about 5 feet tall, and then 75 large trees, which are going to be 10 to 12 foot tall, ordered to go into recapture reservoir this spring. So this will be an opportunity for anglers and volunteers to come down. We'll let people know when we're going to be placing those out there for the reservoir. But yeah, instead of us coming back for the next 2 years asking for 5 and 10 grand, Trina and Daniel were able to just say, take it. And since Blue Ribbon had already funded the project, we could do everything all this year and not have to spread it out. So we're appreciative of that. So, and lastly, we'll mention Schofield. I think I'm going to be talking about that here in a little bit, but most of the shallow bays had ice on Schofield about again, Friday, Saturday, but the wind on Monday and Tuesday blew everything off. So if we can get a couple cold nights and no wind, I think you'll get a cap here shortly, but still no ice on Schofield. Other than that, I don't have any other questions or anything else. Dave, if you guys have questions, or if Jordan, if you have anything else that you'd like to add.
Yeah, I can add a couple things that we're working on that are kind of exciting. One, we've called for our leased water right in Lower Fish Creek. So while we've had probably 20 years of bad brown trout spawning, we have consistent winter flows now because of Blue Ribbon helped fund the modification to Schofield Dam. So now we have a consistent 3.5 CFS in there, and the last couple of years we've been able to bump that up a little bit higher, even because water conditions have been good. So that's running right now, going really well. We recently completed a big culvert replacement on Clear Creek above in one of the Schofield tributaries. Carbon County worked with us on that. We received money through WRI. I don't know that there was any Blue Ribbon money involved in that one, but that was a big project to reduce erosion. The erosion causes harmful algal blooms in Schofield Reservoir. We put together a plan to do a massive amount of work above Schofield at the tributaries, and we've submitted 2 different grant applications with the federal government for about 2.8 million, and it's looking pretty promising that we'll get that money. We've also submitted a grant application for the east side of Price River through Emma Park and down. That's not Blue Ribbon Fishery, but it's close. And just FYI, that's a $4.8 million application that we're working on. And then we've also submitted an application to do some more habitat restoration work post Sealy Fire in Huntington Creek for $2.6 million. So if we bring down all of these grants, we'll be about $10 million that Trout Unlimited has brought in to do work at South.
Yeah. What hope of access in that top part of Fish Creek?
Maybe we should ask Bert about that. Or Calvin.
Sir, I didn't quite catch
the access right below the dam.
Good question. There still hasn't been a change in at least division gained access through that top part. However, I know there were a lot of anglers going past that corner, that private property this year. I don't know if the sign's been taken down, but as far as, what we can say, we haven't gained any legal access. Some of the other properties below that has been sold this year. So we've been working with our walk-in access coordinator and watching these properties being sold to see who we can start talking to about gaining future access. But with everything changing hands and everything not finalized yet, we've been kind of holding off until everything's done.
I would just say they're not really enforcing that no trespassing. Our understanding is that no trespassing is more because of hunting than it is because of fishing. And we can't advise people to just go ahead and do that, but there haven't been any enforcement. So they're gonna be like, oh, Mickey's coming. He's a fish vacuum. Kick him out. Take you. Adam will talk his way.
Yeah, Bert just says he's got nothing to add, but glad the issue is still being discussed.
Okay. Thanks, Calvin.
Thank you, Calvin.
You want to go to next?
How about Clint?
Sweet. Well, I will start off in the region, talking about Pineview. Blue Ribbons funded some projects since 2018 about putting habitat structures into Pineview. Taylor and I, the end of May this year, put another 75 structures in the south arm for perch and crappie young of year habitat. The goal is this next week to get out with our ROV, it's an underwater camera, and go and take pictures and video that habitat and see if fish are using them. Sitting roughly in about 40 feet of water. We put them there when it was 60 feet deep. So it's about on that edge where crappies would be starting to utilize them. Usually this time of year, perch will be that deep as well. So good opportunity to kind of look and see what's around those structures. I will be asking for some more money to put in, and probably asking for about $15,000 or $20,000 actually from Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council to focus specifically on Middle Fork Arm this year and do very similar work. This winter, I'm hoping to kind of figure out the total number that have been deployed and their kind of square footage that they cover, so we can have an idea of square acres that we've put the habitat on throughout the bottom of Pineview. Probably focus on it for 2 more years and then be done. Taylor will start this next spring and this next year with the tiger muskie tagging and movement study, telemetry study. They're part of what Calvin is talking about is stocking these little fingering tiger trout. We actually moved up to some bigger fish later in the year, and their survival this fall was incredible. Their survival rate was pretty unbelievable. They had a lot of fish that they captured that were that 12-inch range that were stocked at 6 inches. So they put on 6 inches since they were stocked. They'll be 24 inches next fall. We have these little acoustic tags that we'll insert in the hatchery this next year. Those fish will be released and we'll be able to see their movements. Probably target one arm of the reservoir just to have a really good survey with the receivers we have. And he's been doing a lot of testing this fall, making sure that what we have will work, and it's very, very effective out to 600 feet away from the receiver. So really excited to see where some of this will take us.
Oh, sorry, not cut you off. I just had a question on Pineview when
Yeah,
get to it.
We got to talk anyways.
Oh, gotcha.
So
is parking still an issue at Pineview?
So
is there a way to solve any of that?
So, and I'll kind of throw this out there. So this fall, there are lots of different stories going around, but the concessionaire was closing the gates the first weekend of October. So opening weekend of the duck hunt, opening weekend of the rifle elk hunt. They blamed it on us not having technicians there. Right now, across the entire state of Utah, we do not have any AIS people, maybe other than Lake Powell, that has a technician working decon, right? It's all our full-time staff and everybody's pulled off. So under their assessment, every body of water, including Strawberry, would be closed to all access because additional wildlife's not there. And we pushed back, and some anglers got really, really upset. Senators we'll talk to, and they opened the gates again, right? They didn't shut the gates. But the last 2 years, that's been their operation.
Oh, okay. So they can leave that open through the ice season?
Yes, that's my understanding. They will leave Anderson Cove open for access on the ice.
Okay.
There are going to be some parking lots that will be open, whether or not State Road will plow those, Weaver County, I don't know. They are working on putting in some new railing and stuff on the north side of the dam there, and I haven't been up in the last 3 weeks anyways to see what they're kind of closing off. But because of this, there are some angling groups that have talked about having the legislature make it a state park.
Oh,
if possible, and it's like a 5 to 10 year process. But that's something that there are some angling groups that are tired of the crowd. So they open the gates usually like in April, and they close it in October. And the only people that really use it during that time that they're catering to is not anglers.
Yeah, the recreation.
It's all recreational users, and the anglers who typically are there, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning until 10 are the ones that are kind of, they're being forced off the water. And I've been there. I've almost lost a boat, and, with a couple buddies aboard. So not my favorite place to fish when there's a lot of recreation. Also lost opportunities to fish a lot of shoreline access because of closing some of the places that we would normally park.
Right.
So some of that stuff's coming. I think the typical ice fishing parking locations will still stay open even after all their amenities and changes and stuff.
Okay, that's good.
But I don't know how they're going to operate fees. I don't know if they're going to keep these open and they're going to ask for fees during the winter time too. But it's $23 a day right now to launch a boat, or 200 and something bucks for a year pass that covers there and Strawberry.
Wow.
So it's pretty expensive.
Yeah, that is expensive.
So, and a lot of anglers aren't going to pay that plus $125 for a state park. So the people that are paying that pass are usually the recreationers. So, yeah, that's what I've got.
Sweet.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm really kind of excited about Pineview. This tagging and telemetry study is going to show us, one, where these fish move, how they utilize shorelines, how they utilize some of the steeper water. Do they pull in onto these habitats later in the summer, later into the fall after water turns over and starts targeting fish on these structures? Those kind of things I think would be really beneficial. The other part of that is it gives us survival of those larger stocked fish, and we'll spend the next fall catching adults and putting tags in adults as well. So we can tag these big fish that up to, and they had a fish that was 47 inches this fall that they caught. Put tags in that and see where they utilize too. And instead of so we'll get survival on these smaller hatchery fish going forward. Like I said, Taylor was really, really excited. I think they caught almost 4 dozen tiger muskies in a week's time, just in the mornings with the muskie group there. So really, really good results on the time that we had. Next, I'll talk about Bear Lake. Ball nets happened during the rifle deer hunt this year. They did, if get whitefish in their nets that's at least a half an inch bigger than the state record right now, and several fish at that point. Spawn will happen in about the next 10 days or so. If anybody wants to go catch a new state record whitefish, the numbers are off the chart this year and size is way up. So Emily was super excited about that. Cisco numbers, she's still running. She's just starting her hydroacoustic stuff from the summer, but she's pretty excited that Cisco may have had a pretty decent year as well, which is good for our lake trout and cutthroat that are in there. We did run a trap this year. We did pull off a spawn. I don't know numbers of eggs taken during the spawn, but I think they were pretty close to getting their quota. But I think it was a pretty tough year. They didn't come in as they normally would. East Canyon fish are doing well because of low kokanee egg takes. The last few years, this one has not been stocked, or very few kokanee have been stocked in this one. So our fall spawn was 0 this year of folks getting into the stream. Lost Creek, gill nets, and all of our data show that it's doing really, really, really well. We went and fished it first part of October this year and just lit up some really, really good fish. No slot busters this year, but I still have a big bruise in my thumbnail from a hook that was the first one that I've ever had to like physically remove. It just wasn't like a hook and point, like went all the way through the thumb. Twisted with about a 19-inch rainbow going crazy.
Ooh.
So awesome fish. But it was really, really, really good. We had a few kokanee in the stream, but not like last year. Also, it's a stocked body of water, and due to our kind of shortfalls of kokanee running up streams for spawning the last few years, we had to cut these. These are like our experimental waters, right? Like we haven't had places that these were places that we wanted to put them, but we didn't know how well they would do, and they haven't hit the streams in numbers to like self-populate. Willard fall nets this year were off the charts. Taylor hasn't started working on all the data yet, but we had a second year class of walleyes that came in that made it through the whole year and in incredible numbers. Our 1-year-old wipers that were stocked are off the charts. I even took my kids and we caught a bunch of them this year during summertime. That group of fish they were 9 to 12 inches. They'll be 14 to 16 this next year. Wipers will be off the hook this year. It'll be a lot of fun. We did find some shad again, which is really, really good. Our last 2 summers pulling seines, we have not caught a gizzard shad in our seines, which gives us a lot of concern, but they're showing up in our gill nets and stuff. And so they're still there. We found little ones and big ones, and we threw out a lot of nets. We only had 2 days to net it. So we put 14 nets in the water the first day and 10 the second day, and had some smaller mesh nets that caught a bunch of them. So it's small, like age 0 wipers from 1.5 inches to like 4 inches. So there's 3 or 4 different spawns that happen this summer, at least 3 different spawns that happen this summer, and we could show those in nets. So that was really good. So we have that forage. Walleyes look incredible. Just going to be a couple of next years. And we're hoping that those fish will be hungry. We're hoping that there's enough of them. They'll be willing to bite, and shad just don't blow up and keep them fat and sassy. But every walleye was round. They weren't skinny at all. They're just more fat. They're just really good fish. So, Mickey came out and helped us in the walleye spawn this year. He can attest the size of some of these walleyes that I saw. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. And we have 2-year classes, back-to-back year classes of walleye that are coming through that will be incredible on top of walleyes, so, or wipers. So, and then the Weaver, Weavers looked really, really good this year. We're back to our low water releases out of Rockport and Echo. We've got a few calls this year about no water being out of Echo this year, but I think it was a lot lower than past years. I think people have kind of started to realize that there's just no water that's released. It did. I had a long conversation with Weaver Basin and the river commissioner this year about releasing and flows and dropping. So they were able to drop it like 50 CFS all the way from 350 down to 0 over the course of like 24 hours. And that's way nice, instead of going from 350 to nothing and stranded fish. They didn't do that on Rockport, but it's a learning process. But overall, we didn't have any concerns this year. We didn't have any people reaching out saying we had fish stranded or anything like that. Just, you know, all of a sudden the flows go from 250 out of Rockport to 25. It's better than nothing.
It's not just the fish, it's the insects. The insects can migrate.
Yeah, they can move.
When they shut it off, they're stranded.
Yeah. So, things that I'm still working on. You know, we always focus on the Weaver releases out Echo because it goes to 0. And so it's a good one to, hey, you know, can we go down to 25, you know, slowly.
Maybe you can get a pipe in there.
Yeah. Be nice. Be nice. Don't tell me. But it's just brown trout, you know, maybe if a few cutthroats were there, be better convincing.
Wild and native, not just native.
So, anyways, that's kind of mine. I'm gonna hit Rockport tomorrow, see how that does, but I think Blue Ribbon Wise setting up really, really well. And I'm super excited to see where the next few years will go with some of these reservoirs. So.
Bert has a question for you.
Yeah, I know Bert has a question.
Hi, Clint. Thanks for the report. Hey, I heard a report by, I think he's the Deputy Great Salt Lake Commissioner on a plan to develop a functional flows agenda, schedule, I don't know, management plan for all tributaries of the Great Salt Lake, including the Weber River. And I know that the health of the fishery is being considered. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but other forces are attempting to work with the water district to make sure that fish health is kept in mind when flows are adjusted out of the reservoirs on the Weber. So that's my comment. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Bert. Yes, been part of those meetings.
Great.
Larry?
Smith and Morehouse is yours, is it?
Yeah.
So my wife and I were up there watching the coping, and there was quite a spawn versus the year before, but I've never seen salmon so small. They're about 12 to 14 inches up there.
It's due to density. There's so many in there, and it's not, when you get these kind of higher elevation lakes, they don't produce the copepods and zooplankton that some of these other bodies of water do. It's really clear little system. It's not that it's, you know, nutrient depleted like Bear Lake or anything. It's just the forage is there, but we get a lot of complaints that the fish hit a beaver dam and we got to go remove the beaver dam so they can go and spawn. In fact, the opposite is true. They stop there and they spawn over each other and they kill their own reds. We have fewer fish that recruit and we get bigger fish because they feed better, right?
They're definitely not above the beaver dam.
No, like, yeah. And so that's what we get. We get, you know, 12-inch fish. If you saw some 14s, that's 2 inches bigger than probably anything that we've seen.
I got some pictures, so.
Yeah,
Check it out.
they do well, but it's a little reservoir, it has some fluctuation in elevations. And the densities in there are probably a lot higher than they should be, and so they're smaller.
Yeah, we were up above the beaver dam. I was looking for fish up there and nothing, but down, coming up we walked up the inlet to the thing, and there had to be 300-400 fish in that.
What date, like, you have a date when that was?
Yeah, I can tell you.
You can get that to me later.
Yeah.
So
I got it on my phone.
that's Smith and Moore House Reservoir above Oakley.
Yeah.
So
That water's running gin clear out of there. It's just amazing.
it's a beautiful place. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful place.
Don't
So-
tell anybody.
I wish, but there's so many kayakers and paddleboarders and up there that it's almost impossible to get on the boat ramp.
And
It's
it's
really
it's
difficult
not,
to survive.
it's been dwindling down since, COVID, and the Instagrammers have kind of, COVID faded and the Instagrammers. This summer it was a lot less crowded than last summer, and I think a lot of them are stopping at Rockport. And dragging their kayaks down off the highway there, or their paddle boards, or whatever craft. There's a lot of fishermen, a lot of people use those systems, but Smith and Morehouse and that Upper Weaver is definitely, the crowds have thinned out since, COVID's, kind of eased and people are back to their normal routines.
Thanks, Larry. Appreciate that. I'll get a date from you because I had one biologist was trying to look at Cokes this year, and I don't know if he ever found that route.
Yeah,
So-
we went up last year, a couple weekends. I think we were a little early. I didn't see any, and this year it was just like gobsmacked.
That's cool.
It's really cool to see them.
Thank you.
Growing up on the Pacific, I mean,
That's it. Unless somebody else has a question.
Nick?
Ready to go?
Sure.
So we'll just try and do a quick update for all our Blue Ribbon waters and answer any questions you might have. So I'll start with our Washington County waters, so Sand Hollow, Gunlock, and Quail. Trying to mention the management plan we came up with for all those waters. And a couple future waters the Conservancy District has planned there. But anyways, I think I updated you on that plan and kind of the main goals and objectives in the last meeting. So now we're into kind of implementing that plan. The first step I'm trying to mention was those regulation changes. Really a huge part of this plan for almost all the waters is increasing harvest. We need people to keep a lot more fish, especially bass, and crappie. The population's healthy. So that was a big first step. Monitoring is a big part of that plan. So our warm water biologist, John Hudson, has been out doing monitoring. I talked to him this week. He feels good about what he's seeing. I mean, nothing we've implemented has really had an impact yet, or hasn't been implemented. The regulation changes won't go into effect until the year. But he felt pretty good about what he saw from monitoring. So you may see some projects coming in the next couple of years. The plan also had some actions related to improving habitat, kind of access or infrastructure. So you may see projects to add fish cleaning stations or improve like hand launch areas, those sorts of things. So those are our Washington County waters. So it's really exciting. We've needed this comprehensive plan that was developed by anglers and kind of a clear direction to go and monitor. So it's a really good thing. Lake Powell, they finished up their netting, their annual fall netting last week, I think. It looked good. In general, it looked better up lake than down lake. So fish were a little sparse down closer to Wildleaf than they were up lake. John mentioned specifically largemouth bass and crappie looked good. It's probably related to a lot of things in Lake Powell related to water level and how much brush is getting in the day. Water levels come up, having brush that they come down. So, but in general, Lake Powell looked good. Panguitch Lake, in the end, we ended up pretty good at Panguitch Lake. I think pretty quick after our June meeting, we started seeing some fish kills at Panguitch Lake. We put out a dissolved oxygen and temperature data logger and did some data that dissolved oxygen and temperature was looking a little rough, but almost all the fish that were dying were chub. And we've had a big bump up in the number of chub in recent years. And so probably what we think happened was the chub were much more dense than they have in the last few years. They just finished their spawn, the water level or the water conditions were kind of rough. So we had a bunch of chub die off in kind of late June. And there were some trout, but I'm guessing a lot of those were related to like hooking mortality. There's a small limit there. You get a lot of people catching like cutthroat and tiger trout releasing them and probably success that way, but not enough to be a significant impact to the population. So we were a little worried in June, but then we ended up fine the rest of the year. No more fish kills, good reports of fishing. We stocked some wipers. This was the second year we stocked wipers, and then we also stocked a few, I think like 350 tiger muskie. So the viper and tiger muskie are trying to get the chub population under control. There was a treatment. So chub had been a huge problem there in the past. There was a treatment in 2006. And since that treatment in 2006, we didn't really see chub until these last 2 or 3 years. The numbers have really come up. So we're trying to get them under control of these aggressive predators. They had quite a few reports of people catching the white that we stocked last year, so it appears they're surviving and eating fish, so they should. We have lots of examples within our region, Minersville, Otter Creek, outside the region, still. But these, viper and tiger muskie can't control the chub population without having to do problem treatments or optimists. Panguitch Lake, if you remember, there was kind of a big scare last spring about the dam failing. They've done enough work to essentially shore up the dam, so it's not going to fail. A long-term fix there is being figured out. So we're going to try and be involved with that. We don't have any water rights or anything there, but there is a natural lake level that it can be drawn down. But depending on how the repairs and rebuild goes, we would like to potentially be able to construct it in a way that could possibly, when they're taking in water purification, potentially maybe we could find a way to, it's a hydromagnetic drain is what they call it. Essentially, you take the water where you have the poorest water quality. So if you have an area of water that's really high in nutrients and is a problem for fish, it's not necessarily a problem with downstream water. That's just in the very early stages, but hopefully something's figured out in the next few years. So yeah, so that's Panguitch Lake overall. It's doing well. We'll know more when we do our netting in the spring. Minersville Reservoir, that looks good. Reports of really good fishing this year. It's really bounced back from those rough drought years, 2021. The water level looks good. We have a conservation pool there, but we only get it if we have kind of a good amount of water on April 1st, basically. But where we're at right now is almost above that level, and it's just going to fill throughout the winter. So I'm very optimistic that we'll get our conservation pool again next year. So that's good for Minersville. We did see John, our one water biologist, did some electrofishing in Minersville this year and saw a lot of largemouth bass, which is a little bit of a surprise. We stocked those maybe a half dozen years ago, and they never really did much. We didn't expect them to do much. It was more kind of, there was somebody who really wanted them in there. Throw a few in there, and we didn't think they would do a lot of anything. Maybe they eat some chub, and it would be bad. So we're guessing what happened was the real big water year in 2023, and then they did a lot of vegetation. And so they were able to have a successful recruitment. Those small fish were able to hide in the vegetation and survive, because we also have viper in there that without that vegetation cover, they're probably getting wiped out regularly between the trout. So we'll see where it goes from here. My guess is we're only going to have good numbers of largemouth bass on years where we have, or like 2020, all that. We'll keep an eye on it, but right now we're not worried about it. Otter Creek and Pull-Out reservoirs, both those are doing well, good reports of fishing. They look good in our nets in the spring. The water levels are good. Yeah, no real big concerns there. We'll see what it's like in the spring, but we'll looking at probably trying to do a creel survey on co-op in 2025 this next year. Fish Lake. So Fish Lake's kind of complicated right now. So we implemented a new management plan about 10 years ago. So some big parts of that were all the infrastructure work that's been done. We essentially did all that, all the marine upgrades, the boardwalk, parking areas, fish cleaning stations, all those sorts of things. We've talked about a fishing pier, but that's kind of a little ways down the road. So the kind of the infrastructure part of that plan has been implemented, and then there was really a big change to the fish community there. And mostly that was through the addition of kokanee salmon and really trying to get people to harvest more yellow perch. And those changes, along with some changes in how we've stocked and made those, have really kind of changed the dynamics of the whole fish community. And some of those are really great. We did our lake trout netting this fall. Larry came out and helped one night. Main goal, or the number one goal in that plan, was to increase the number of trophy lake trout in Fish Lake. And so the objective was, okay, we want to get 2 trophy lake trout, which we said were lake trout above 24 inches. 2 of those trophy lake trout per net hour during our fall netting. And so we set that number 2 as that's the highest we've ever seen it in the past. We thought if we can just get up to that, that'd be good. So we netted last year and this year, and we're probably up closer to 4 or 5 trophy lake trout per net hour. So we've gone way over, which is awesome, but it raises questions for, okay, how sustainable is that? Because our kokanee fishery was doing really well at the start, and now struggling a little bit. How sustainable is maintaining that kokanee fishery through a heavy stocking effort? How much of so what happened was, I feel pretty confident the reason we have so many more big lake trout is we've always had lots of lake trout, but a lot of them got stuck at about 18 to 20 inches and never converted to eating fish. And that's when they moved into the trophy size class. So they've converted to eating fish. We're guessing they're eating kokanee. They also may be eating more of the other, splake and rainbow, but we don't have all the answers yet. But the good news is we have a new biologist, Taylor Shamo, based out of Richfield. He's doing a master's project at Utah State, looking at the whole food web there and kind of figuring out what's going on. We also just completed the creel survey this year at Fish Lake. So I don't have a lot of answers yet, a lot of interesting stuff going on, but Fish Lake will be a big priority for us the next few years. Once Taylor's done with all his work monitoring, we kind of have a little bit better handle on what's going on. Then we'll probably revise that management plan and kind of update it. So we'd love to have a member or two, whoever's interested. I'm been hiring probably for it, but yeah, beyond the community that we use, revise that management plan. So that's Fish Lake. Boulder Mountain looked good. We're coming off Boulder Mountain struggles, and we had a really rough drought year, followed by a really harsh winter. We got a lot of winter killing lakes, and that's what happened in the winter of 2023. We had a real rough drought, harsh winter in 2023. We lost a lot of lakes. A lot of those lakes survived this last winter in 2024. So if they can get this one more winter, then we'll have those lakes. Fish have 2 years to grow there. They'll be fine. So overall, Boulder Mountain looked really good from our netting this year. We're still struggling with aerators. We're working on that. We had fish losses in lakes with aerators again. We'll adjust that. Those things have been. Well, we feel like we're always on the cusp of being just saving a fishery and making a marginal fishery into a great trophy fishery. We just haven't gotten the system. We'll keep working on it. Boulder Mountain, there's a big effort to do a large landscape scale type habitat project there. So the Forest Service is leading that. We've been heavily involved. If you're not familiar with Boulder Mountain, it's got a lot of fuel on it right now. it's kind of a scary thing. If you have a catastrophic fire that just really burns super hot, that can be great for aspen and kind of some big game habitat and that sort of thing. But it really scares us with fisheries that are already kind of shallow. We have this huge fire and then a big influx of sediment that can really hurt us. But we've been working with Forest Service really closely. So that's gonna be a big project, but we're looking at things like buffer areas around lakes, dredging if there are problems with sedimentation, EPAs, translocating beaver, lots of different things, but it's going to be a really big project. I'm excited about it because we're in kind of a serious spot, like I said, where we have all this fuel that are in the potential for a catastrophic fire that can hurt our fisheries. So I'll keep you guys updated as that moves forward. We're just in the initial planning. Last week was the first public meeting the Forest Service had about it, but I'll keep you guys updated. And then the East Fork of the Spear River, we updated you guys last year when we evaluated it. It's still doing well. We had a lot of pretty intense flooding in Kingston Canyon after monsoon storms this year. So we were a little bit worried if we had some fish loss there, but we went to fish a few weeks ago and it looks fine. So East Fork of the Spear River is still good. Those are all the waters I had to update, but I can answer any questions anybody has. You have anything to add?
Lakes down there are fantastic. Word on Minersville is a largemouth explosion, I think was the way it's been described. My question, I'm not sure who's next to you, Mickey, I forgot your name. Jordan, sorry. But I heard you mention the algae blooms in Schofield and trying to corral that or do some habitat projects. Is that something that Otter Creek could follow suit on? Because it has some bad algae bloom stuff.
Do you get harmful with algae?
Yeah, we get them in a lot of our waters. Otter Creek and Pang, which is Minersville, kind of our pet elevation.
So in that regard, I would say when you work with the Division of Water Quality, make sure you have a EPA 9 element plan put together, and then you can start just to tackle. Those guys will do all the water sampling or all the water sampling so that they know the effects of the projects that you do to try and mitigate for nutrification of the water. And funding will come through water quality and EPA a lot of times, as well as WRI in a lot of different places. So if that's a regional priority, it's been a priority for Trout Unlimited and Headwaters price, then I would say, yeah, you can tackle it, but it takes money and takes capacity.
Right. So. And so the Otter Creek Reservoir and the stream above it and the East Fork that's diverted into it. So it does all have a TMDL and a watershed plan. There you go. And so we have been involved with work on some of the BLM and private property upstream, especially on Otter Creek. Up on the East Fork, doing that kind of stuff, putting in structures, revegetation projects to reduce the sediment input and nutrient banks, but also riparian fences and new grazing management plans. So we've been doing that work, but it's just hard on a lake like that. We're probably still going to be seeing algae blooms.
That should be in Paiute County.
But yeah, we're always open to that kind of stuff, and we're lucky we've got some people over there. There's a Fish and Wildlife Service biologist, Clint Wyrick in Richfield, that's been really working with some of the private landowners.
Clint's awesome.
Bert had a question.
Yeah, Nick, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything about this, but I reached out to Nick in the summertime. It's not a Blue Ribbon water in the state, but it is a really sweet little stream. Nick put me in touch with Johnny Neal, who's the Southern Region's wildlife recreation specialist, because we had an idea where to put a new access ladder. And it ended up that I hauled it down there on Monday, September 23rd, and I had a crew, 3 individuals from the Southern Region office, including Johnny, on the 24th, and we put in a new access ladder on Alan Henry's property on Penguich Creek. Mr. Henry's been in the walk-in access program for 10 years and signed up for another 5 years. He has a parcel that has about 4.7 miles of the creek running through it. And it is a lovely little stream through cow pasture and loaded with fish. So thank you, Nick, for helping make that happen. And I didn't know if you had any feedback from Mr. Henry. I've never heard back from Johnny, but I assume the latter was appreciated.
Yeah, I know I talked to Johnny and he said it, you know, it went well. Mr. Henry was happy. Yeah, like he said, it's not a Blue Ribbon water, but it's right there by Penguich. It's a really good fishery. I mean, it's close. Probably not quite Blue Ribbon status, but yeah, it's a really good fishery. There's that walk-in access. There's another section right below it that's not walk-in access, but that landowner's open to people fishing. They don't keep people out. They allow people there. And then it goes to the section of Forest Service and RWMA down lower. So there's a good section of stream there. It's a really good fishery. Yeah, that ladder was needed. The other ones falling apart. So it was a good thing for.
Thanks for setting me up with that location. It was great.
Next, Nick.
Sure.
Majorities.
Oh, I get you. I'm gonna show pictures instead of just talking. I worked hard to put some stuff together this morning before I got to the meeting, so I might as well. Figured everybody else would. I guess not. I guess I didn't get the memo on that. Anyways, we had a busy year in the central region. We stocked a bunch of fish, tiger muskie, a bunch of cutthroat. Sampled most of our Blue Ribbon waters, Mill Provo, Deer Creek. Even got out on Jordanelle a little bit as well. This is during tiger muskie stocking back in, gosh, what was that, July, I think, June. Pulled up in a bay, put some fish in. Next thing you know, big bull moose stands up like, what are you guys doing back here? I was resting. Goes back to eating the willows, but kind of cool to see. Jordanelle, start there. This is our lovely kokanee spawn that we had this year. The last 2 years of runoff have really changed the mouth of that river. Not saying they can't get up it, but at low water, when it's not flowing, these fish are skimming their bellies on rocks and their backs are on the water for a long stretch. They got to put a lot of effort in to actually get to some of the deep pools and probably get to where they used to travel easily. It happens, it's going to change every year, but these last 2 high runoffs have really changed that Provo River, that upper Provo. Kind of been the trend. We've had some kokanee numbers in our traps the last couple of years throughout the state. Jordanelle's not a spawning location, but 2 years ago we thought we could maybe make it one because we had unbelievable amount of fish running up that river. But this year was just kind of odd. It just Allen and West stopped there. They hardly saw any fish. I got up there a couple times, but I hardly saw any fish. In the normal haunts where you look over the bridge here, this is right at the state park, and besides that one redfish there would be 50 to 100 of them sitting right under that bridge. This year at most, I think I saw 20. So kind of concerning. But then again, they could have just moved given how that river's moved. And they're just not hanging out on the bridge like they used to be. But hopefully in the future, I think we got Jordanelle on the schedule in 2 years. Maybe see lower numbers or we'll see good numbers and not have to worry about not visually seeing these fish. But kind of a bummer. Hopefully we can get kokanee numbers back up across the state and we don't have to lose another fishery close to the valley of Jordanelle. So I'll start with our electro fishing. Craig Walker put myself, Josue, and Taylor on tiger muskie duty this year to figure out how to standardize sampling across the state. So we took Jordanelle as electro fishing, see if Taylor's strategies worked on other water bodies. I wouldn't say it did for Jordanelle, but we did encounter a couple fish, and tiger muskie finally showed up on Jordanelle after what, Chris? I think 2016 was our first stocking year, so it's been 8 years of stocking tiger muskie with very few effort of return on reel, return from anglers, just pictures, documents, our netting. I think we've only netted one. But we had some anglers catch some fish, and we did shock some fish. We shocked them in the morning this time versus nighttime, which is standard protocol. Something that Taylor found that worked.
But we only got 3. The one we got was right in the back corner of a bay with a pot of yellow perch. It was probably feeding really well. It was a decent little 20-inch fish from probably last year. Got Josue and Andrew there, our June sucker bio. Sucker those guys to come out with me early in the morning and shot some fish. These are 2 fish that were stocked a couple months before that we pulled on the shoreline in about 4 inches of water, just swimming along the bank. This was our little bigger fish that we had. Of course, we're looking at a 1.5-year old, 2-year-old fish, nothing of size, but it was promising that we actually got our hands on a tiger muskie with electrofishing. We still got to modify some protocols for water bodies, but kind of cool to see. Other stuff we saw a bunch of splake up shallow. This was September, so not even cold conditions yet, but we shocked a couple dozen splake in less than a couple feet of water. Kokanee as well. We pulled in, there's a little inflow of water from a pond near Deer Valley that kicks water into Jordanelle, and we pulled into that bay and shocked, and all of a sudden kokanee started bellying up. It was not an area we really have looked for them in the past, but it might be something I need to check out. Got some flake in there too, feeding on the eggs. But the perch were really good, which is great to hear. That's been our biggest concern about putting all these different fish in Jordanelle is how's the forage going to handle it. But Josue can attest to this. We drive on the bank and go to the back corner of the bay, and we're just corralling schools of perch. Like you couldn't even see the bottom. There were so many perch in there.
Any size?
They were all the small this year's hatch, but that's what we need. A lot of these wipers, these bass, they need that smaller fish to actually grow a size before the tiger muskies or the splake or the big wipers eat them. So it's really nice to see some smaller forage for young fish. The one perch in that upper corner, that's, I don't know, 8 inches or so. We didn't measure any. We were there for tiger muskies, but we netted a few other fish. So there are some decent perch in there. They're not what old Yuba used to be or some of these other water bodies, but if we get a good ice here, it gives an opportunity for anglers to go catch some perch close to the valley. Stocking, back to that tiger muskie increase, we were able to get our quota, which is a rare occurrence on Jordanelle, and we upped them to 7 inches of our quota, which was awesome. Seeing big fish go in there, I think is going to give them a fighting chance to live away from the wipers, clearly the splake and the other tiger muskie that are now in there. We stocked a few extra small ones. I think I got a call like a couple times a week from Craig asking where can we put tiger muskies. And when you get tiger muskies, you just kind of take them. So we put some extra fish in there, put some in Yuba as well. But anglers are catching fish. The day we stocked Jordanelle, we had an angler that helped us. He caught this tiger muskie that morning on Jordanelle, the 44, 46 inch fish. He had caught 3 that month already, all of the 40s. So it's kind of out of nowhere. We're seeing 40-some inch fish getting caught. We don't know why. We never get them in nets. Of course, they're not great to get in nets. We never get them electrofishing, but all of a sudden one angler caught 3 fish in a month. And at the tiger muskie meeting the other day, some of these anglers were reporting to us that they were seeing 10 to 15 fish when they would go out fishing. So I don't know where they came from. Not quite sure. We struggle getting them, but anglers are seeing them, and that's all we care about. That's what they're there for. So if you guys want to get in tiger muskie fishing and not pay outrageous price of Pine View to put your boat in, Jordanelle might be an option. But then again, you're still dealing with a lot of recreational traffic. When we did our creel years ago, we would hardly encounter anglers in the morning because they'd be off the water when almost we're starting our creel. They're fishing in the dark and to sunrise because that's all they can get to before the recreational traffic gets in. But again, Jordanelle is surviving these low water years, so little fish are doing well. Like I said, we got our netting years, but we can tackle that, which might be my schedule for water body evaluation, so it might line up pretty well. Moving on to Deer Creek, had some great help come out to Deer Creek with me. They might not know how to hold fish too well, but they figured it out at the end. They did get all these fish. We had a bunch of walleyes. I think they were all excited that to see some of these walleyes come out. This net in particular came from the Wallsburg arm. We couldn't even fit all the fish in the bucket. It was what we have, Mickey. 15 fish over 25 inches or something on one net. It's kind of scary to see and kind of sad, but when you think about how much water is in Deer Creek, I'm not doing too much to it, but when we just kept pulling big walleye out of this net every 5 feet, it was cool, but scary to see at the same time. But I'll kind of skim through some of this. I won't go too in depth. Like I said, my evaluation might be coming up, so State will come right back to you guys. But we encountered everything we normally see in there. Some smallmouth, walleye, rainbows, a few brown trout, not as many, but that's kind of been the trend. But we had some big smallmouth. We had one net over by the dam that had a 19.5-inch smallmouth, which you talk to the bass anglers, that fish doesn't exist to them. So they're in there. They're in one spot. Maybe we killed the only 2 big fish in there. I highly doubt it. But it was really cool to see after the numerous years and reports of anglers complaining about smallmouth in Deer Creek. We encountered some nice fish. A lot of our big walleye, weren't eating anything. We had one that had some rainbows in it. Another one had some rainbows and some smaller fish, but they were just full of fat. You cut into them and you couldn't even find the stomach. There was so much fat in these fish. They're loading up on fat in the spring and early summer, and this kind of being dormant in those high temperature times through August and whatnot. This netting occurred in October, so right when that water was beginning to cool down. I don't remember the exact temperature. I think it was around 18 Celsius, something like that. That's pretty standard for a netting. Crayfish and bluegill were pretty prevalent in smallmouth and bluegill diets from what we had, or smallmouth and largemouth diets with the bluegill. So again, we're not seeing a lot of bluegill in our electrofishing 2 years ago, but they're showing up in diets. So these high water years probably help that, like we're seeing in Jordan Belt perch. And kind of what Nick was saying with the largemouth and minor bill. It's good water is great for these little fish. You can actually see the effects of that immediately. Here's our biggest walleye. I think it was a 14-pounder. I think it was only 30.5 inches long too. We had a fish that was 32.5, but it was scrawny and on its last leg of life, I think. I think we had a dozen fish over 11 pounds coming out of Deer Creek. We don't get a lot of angler reports. It's kind of a quiet fisherman area for the walleye guys. They don't like to talk about it too much. We did have the state record get speared out of there this spring in May. That was a 14-pound fish or something like that. But Deer Creek still has them. The low water years where it hit 38% was scary to us when we couldn't even get a boat at the axis because the axis was 10 feet out of the water. These fish survived. They ate pretty well. So they're in there. Go catch them. Close to the valley, so you might as well go make an effort at them. So, you ever talk to walleye anglers on Deer Creek? No, haven't had
Pretty hard to catch there.
It would be nice to figure it out and go out with them, but you had some big fish.
Have a big walleye, but man.
I think they're trout eaters for the most part would be my guess. And you can follow them around and catch them and they're eating trout. You're probably gonna do pretty well, but
We caught one trolling this summer. Walleye, 14-incher
so in the middle of nowhere.
on the middle of nowhere.
That's coming from Minnesota. That's a common tactic. They chase tullabees, whitefish out in the middle of summer, and that's where some of your biggest walleye hang out. It makes fishing back home. It was difficult for me when I walleye fished, but that was a common tactic. Was trolling literally the middle of nowhere. You just aimlessly drive until you hit a pot of fish, and you can turn back around and catch a few more from there because they're schooled up on bait. Typically out here is probably going to be the stalker rainbow. But these are some common catch numbers that we've seen since 2016, 2020, and 2024. 2020, a low trout numbers. This year was a little higher, but again, walleye are pretty consistent with what we've had. All the other species really fell in line. So not much has changed in the last 8 years. So we're doing all right so far. But largemouth, we don't see them in our nets, but again, it's one thing. Well, there you go, Chris. Yeah, 1% of anglers were targeting walleye on Deer Creek, so it's not common. It's a heavy rainbow trout fishery. That's what we really, shore fishing is popular. You can go from Provo to Deer Creek in 20 minutes and be on really good water. So that's what it gets hit for most, probably our rainbows. Bass anglers fish it from shore as well from the state park, given that you got access around that whole system. It gets hit fairly hard. With the walleye, you got to get off the bank for it. So. Just a little length diagram from our catch this year. You can see our PSD values of where our metrics on how well a fishery is doing. Walleye, of course, are great. We're seeing all kinds of size classes, even some true trophy fish. Not saying our memorable fish in that other category aren't trophies to some when we're getting 27-inch fish that's 10 pounds. Most people are gonna love catching something like that.
Tyler, can we just interpret this real quick?
So stock, quality, preferred, memorable, trophy are our categories.
Yeah, that's the SQP.
So SQP, M&T, anything above that is above between stock and quality. So it's just a size length of fish, and it's based off length metric. So it's in millimeters. Sorry, Sharon.
Yeah, go ahead. You're about to tackle it.
Okay, so it's in millimeters. I'm horrible at converting between inches. and
4
millimeters.
inches, 100 millimeters.
Okay,
That's probably the
so-
best way to think about it.
Yeah.
250 is a 10-inch
Yeah.
fish. 500 is a 20-inch fish.
So yeah, you can take in what Clint just said. You can kind of see where we're sitting at. Of course, our numbers in smallmouth and largemouth are lower. But looking at our rainbows and our walleye, those are all fish people want to catch and eat. You're looking at that around 16, 17-inch rainbow. That's what people want to catch, and that's what they want to bring home. So we're doing what we're trying to do at Deer Creek. But it's really nice to see the walleye spread out across. We didn't lose an age class in low water. They survive. They're growing all the way from small fish, which our nets don't really do well at catching anyways, all the way up to some larger fish. So kind of cool to see Deer Creek's doing well and for how close it is to the valley and how much pressure because it's holding its own. Moving on, Middle Provo. I didn't process any data. Mike didn't have any time. I think last 2 weeks are the first weeks we've had in the office, I think, all summer. So we haven't had much time to go through any data. It was tough, but Middle Provo was good. I think numbers were probably lower than what we've seen in the past. But again, we've had some really aggressive flows the last 2 years that extend way into the summer that might push fish around and move fish to Deer Creek, or they don't come back up. Whitefish seem to be doing all right. I think we're a little lower on whitefish than we might have been on brown trout. But we were fighting some higher flows too. We tried to get them to get it down to where they wanted it, but when we look back at flows, we were like 10, 15 CFS higher than what we were hoping it was going to be at. I know Mickey was there for 3 days. He can attest how difficult it was to walk through that stream. I can attest to most of it because of my height. I got put in the deep hole, fastest water. It wasn't fun by any means. Chris went for a little ride down the stream. At one point, he just bounced up and down rocks. Never went fully under, but we lost him for a little bit.
And you guys invited me. Don't invite me. I'm not gonna come, especially with stories like that.
Chris says Mickey wasn't working, but I was shocking and netting at the front, and Mickey was sitting at the way back. But every time I turned around, Mickey had a 15 to 20-inch brown trout net. I don't know if it was the same fish every time. He kept netting, but for the 25 people we had there, I think Mickey still netted probably the most fish, and he was at the back of the pack. So he did pretty well. We had a lot of groups, a lot of guys, of course, that come out, some high school students, some random people that showed up on the trail that were fishing that said, "Hey, let's join." Bert was there. Bert did pretty well. I'll give him that. He was getting a little tired at the end, I think, on day 3, but he held his own.
I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to point out on Wednesday, the third day, we were joined by a state senator. Can you all hear me? I'm on a headset. You hear me all right?
Yes.
Senator Heidi Baldery from District 22, Senate District 22. She's out of Saratoga Springs. I have never seen a member of the legislature actively involved in sampling the fish health in the state. So it was a real pleasure to see her out there. I chatted with her. She invited me to her office a few days later, a couple weeks later, and we talked. She's hoping to be put on the Natural Resources Committee in the Senate. So if she is, I think it's good for natural resources. And I was just really happy to see the senator there. So wanted to mention that.
Yeah, this is Mike's baby. It's been his baby for years. This is what he does. The middle to Blue Ribbon Water. It's his deal. He helped got to help with Sean Spencer, one of our sergeants, who stuff's changing. So our law enforcement that used to work the Provo and Wasatch Summit County is now converted to a different region. But Sean is kind of based out of the Utah County, oversees a lot of our officers. And he was really pushing to get members of Senate, representatives, governor, everybody to get out there. To have him get one person, I think, is a big accomplishment to show up. She's new. She's not on any big board. She's only been there for a year, but
she now has the experience that if she gets put on the board, she can see the importance of what our work does, what we needed to do, how they can help us throughout. And she got in, she grabbed the shocking one and started shocking fish. And unfortunately, we gave her the wrong pair of waders that had a leak, but she never complained. So either she didn't feel it as bad, but I didn't know Mike was giving her that pair. I was setting stuff up and I came back and that pair was gone. I'm like, but she
Well,
got the full experience if you think about it. So.
She said that that was the most fun she'd had in a long time. So you all did well.
Yeah, it was cool to see. She got to see Bert and guides and other people that she normally doesn't encounter that she represents. And they got to see somebody that they might have voted in on the water with them. So bridging that gap, that is a tough one to bridge. It was good to see. Hopefully in the future we can get more people out there. And really, we have a lot of people out there. There's 10 people that really need to work, but given how important the Middle Provo is to the state, it's get more people, the better. You can never have too many people on this river to help out. I'll show some of the fish. I don't have great pictures. Mike Packer, our outreach guy, was there taking some footage, so I could steal some from him. But had some really nice whitefish, really nice browns. We didn't see any true trophies that anglers would love to catch, but we did see some fish over 20 inches. Some whitefish even over 20 inches as well. So it's fun to see anglers. We've learned that the guides, like, they're kind of old school. They don't like whitefish. They're a trash fish, but man, I love seeing a whitefish. They got a little more of a respect for them, I think, after handling them for 3 days. Sculpin galore. I think one day we counted 1,500 sculpin in one stretch. I counted like 350 myself, and I didn't realize I counted that many until I added it up. Like, man, this is a lot of sculpin. But nothing weird, nothing come down from Jordanelle that we found, or nothing moved up from Deer Creek. No smallmouth, no nothing. I was secretly hoping to shock a tiger muskie, but it didn't happen. But maybe one day somebody will get an escapee. Quick Lower Provo update. We didn't sample anything on Lower Provo, but we've had a lot of angler reports. Of course, Ryan can probably give you the most. He's up there quite a bit. A lot of you guys are probably out on the lower and middle, but cutthroat are improving. We've been stocking heavy up Sundance in the last few years. We've had a half a dozen or so cutthroat reports this year. Nothing big, but it's something. With a heavy dominated brown trout system, to see cutthroat being caught reported is really good. Other than that, boat access work. So you guys funded a project that was more related to takeout points and signage for the Lower Provo, given access issues that we've had down there. The state park has $1 million project going on to improve the launching area that has been used for float tubers as well as flycraft users the last couple of years. They broke ground on that last month. This picture is actually Tuesday. I snuck out of the office and ran up there, and it looks like as Ryan said, it looks like a minefield or a landmine went off, and it's a war zone up there. They're tearing down trees. They're doing what they're doing. They're making a big parking area, a couple hundred spots. They're putting in a concrete ramp kind of in front of where those cars are. The river's ugly at sometimes when they're working in it. And yes, it's not the greatest time for brown trout, given it's around the spawn. But I think in the future, it'll help us access that river a lot better, a lot safer. So take 1 year of some concern for the fish, but I think we'll be all right, given how well this fishery is overall. We have a lot of fish in this system. Yes, as Chris said, there's no lack of recruitment. Our numbers are high, 6,000 to 7,000 fish per mile. I think it's some stretches from there. That's well over a lot of places. So we'll be all right, but just be aware that if you are fishing that, there might be some days where it's pure chocolate milk coming down and make your fishing difficult. But it's temporary. Once they get what they need to do with concrete being poured and whatnot, they will stop dirtying that river and they'll be back to fishing normal. There's no timeline on that. We expect 2025 is what we've been told at the start, but they were about a month delayed before they started. We're at the mercy of how bad a winter is, I think, of how much they can work to get it there. They're not going to pour parking stuff until it warms up. They might be able to get the concrete in. They'll have the ramp down, but expect to have easier boat access and flycraft access by next summer. Hopefully March, April will be great. Turning into the project that you guys funded,
there's been some work on the old railroad tracks and the walkway down at Vivian Park. There was a bunch of rocks kind of blocking a takeout point. It's not really a takeout point by any means, but it's used as a takeout point. And we're not sure who moved all the big boulders, but somebody went in and moved them. We're assuming it's UDOT or who's ever been working there. So at this moment, unless things change, we're not using the direct funds to rehab takeout spots. But instead, we're going to shift that money into more signage and more education with the state park. So it was only like $2,000 or $1,000 to move some rock anyways. It was a half a day of work that the project was funded for. Most of that money was funded for signage and stuff for Blue Ribbon representation on the kiosks and whatnot to put in. I know Bert threw 10 grand, I think, in with stream access. So it's still being put in good use. But it's not, we're not doing anything on the takeout points like we originally expected because went ahead and did some kind of work already. That was supposed to be going on this week, but they canceled it because it wasn't worth for heavy crew showing up to move a track hoe and a couple of rocks for 10 minutes of work. So we'll put it to more signage, more education, and make people know that the Lower Provo isn't just a float tube paradise. It's actually a real fishery and get out and go fishing. So other than that, that's about it. I don't have an update from Strawberry. Bill can maybe speak to that. Alan's on a sheep hunt with some family and Wes couldn't quite get me anything in time. They've been busy as well. So we don't really have a true update I can say from my one day I went up there to help them net. Catches were lower than normal. They didn't see as many silver kokanee, which is the future spawners, as what they've had in the past. And just all fish catches were lower. I wouldn't say it's a necessary concern. This happens. They net it every year. If it was a true concern, we'd see this year after year after year. But it definitely was a little different. But again, we had a seasonally warm fall. It got cold, it got warm, it got cold, and these kokanee were not coming into the trap as well. They ran the trap a month and a half longer than normal because they still were getting kokanee influxes. So Strawberry had a weird year, but from the sounds of it, it's still fishing phenomenal. Kokanee were great this year. Bill, if you want to speak to fishing on Strawberry, go right ahead.
I don't know how many days I was fished there this year, probably 6-7 days at least. The only bad day I had was 12 fish. And so.
Is there a bad day fishing, Bill?
I mean, when you got all your fingers and you barely run out of fingers for counting, it's a slow day. But I mean, the areas we fish have been East Portal for the most part. I think early in the season we did Chicken Creek East, and then started fishing Renegade in this year. Which the small group of us that fished together a lot, we hadn't been down to Renegade. Thought there'd be too crowded because of the new road access from Highway 6, but it wasn't that crowded, and we had some really good days down there. Down there, we were catching mostly cutthroat. Up in East Portal, we've got majority rainbows. So I have no complaints other than never seems to be enough time to get there more often.
So the club trips have gone out there for the cuts against the bank.
Yep.
And we didn't see any kind of fish like past years.
Yeah.
Like past years, you get 12 at 20.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you're lucky to get 3 or 4 this year. This from the bank on the top,
Yep.
not trolling, but
Yeah, we've kind of heard that report. Maybe Chris has talked to Alan or Wes and can speak to that a little more. But from what I've heard, it was an off year compared to what normal people would say. But still fishing really well.
But the fish we did get were big. I mean, they're 20, 22.
Yeah, I had a coworker. He was up there this weekend and he threw everything. He was catching cutthroats on whatever he put in the water. They were catching. So it has its spurts. You're never gonna have a perfect day.
One of the days that I was up there camping in the September timeframe, my son and grandson came up on a Saturday afternoon and took them over to East Portal around 5 o'clock. And my grandson on a spinning rod, brought in a 20-inch cutthroat. And, so, he's 10 years old, but guys avid, guard your rods because he'll pick any rod up and start casting with a fly rod and, or otherwise. So there's a good promise from the gene pool.
Well, last thing I'll say, no walleye were found. I know you guys funded some eDNA sampling for that. Nothing in the eDNA, nothing in the spring netting, and nothing showed up in their fall curtain nets. So if we escape it, who knows? Might not know for a few more years, but we never encountered any more walleye.
What about smallmouth? One of the guys I fished with said he caught one.
No, I have not heard anything on smallmouth, so.
That's good. And
I was
cokes?
I was on the boat the night that we electric fished. We brought our electric fishing boat. I don't know how many miles of shoreline we hit that night looking for walleye, but we didn't see anything except red side shiners, kokanee, cutthroats, rainbows.
Awesome. I saw the cokes spawning in the lake this year. First time I've seen that. And there's a bunch of them.
Good. It's good to hear.
Big schools.
Big cokes.
Yeah, big cokes.
Be cool if they come to the trap where they're supposed to go, but
Yeah.
No, they
we
they
can't
were
ask
all
for
along the shore.
everything. More effort
Pretty
for us to go
amazing.
net them than go spot them. But it's awesome.
They're
We
there.
have this $1 million trap. They don't come there.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. I don't have any pictures. I do have some, but that's all I'm looking for. Start with the Flaming Gorge. Spring netting for Trophy Lake trout have pretty good numbers this year. Kokanee anglers have been real happy this year as far as catching pretty good numbers. The lake pups are still a major concern up there. And as Trina mentioned, that what is it,
The regulation.
the regulation change, thank you. The regulation change, hopefully it helps out with that. Want to mention as far as the Cedar Spring floating trail that you guys funded is with the Salt Lake purchasing staff right now, and it's hopefully gonna be being installed in next spring. The burbot abundance has been declining in recent years, although this just a little bit ago, about a month ago, they did some surveys and their catch rates were a little bit higher than expected, but not too much as far as the lake management objective is. So, but with the burbot numbers being lower, the crayfish numbers have come up, and it's given way for bass and bass numbers. Moving on down to Green River. 2024 data has not been analyzed yet, but 2023 data showed that the composition of the river is moving towards more brown trout, with an 80 to an 85% brown and 15 to 19% rainbows. Their condition is pretty good on both of them. They're really good. This was the third straight year stocking cutthroat in the river, and anglers report catching some nice cutthroat around 16 inches. They're also working with the TU and High Desert Anglers to fund the J-Hook Improvement Project, the Little Hole Ramp number 3, to reduce scour and eliminate a 1-foot drop at the bottom of the hook. There. Moving on down to Red Fleet. The Red Fleet State Park opened up in November 1st, giving anglers access again with boating access, and the reports have been really good as far as the fishing numbers. I was actually out there last week filming the KSL Outdoor Show for it. And, lots of bluegills. Did catch one wiper. We didn't land any walleyes. Didn't find them at the time that we're out there. But one wiper, probably around 18 inches. In the summertime, we actually had really good reports of wiper being caught around that same size. Also bass, and my sampling, the bass were really good, around an average around 15, 16 inches on the bass. And then the perch numbers were really good as well on there. That was in my spring netting, so they're pretty small still. But we did catch some last week around, probably around 8 to 9 inches, I would say. Moving on down, Steinecker Reservoir performed really good at fishing this year, really good rainbows. Lots of reports from rainbows. There was good bass fishing as well, and bluegills, 9 inches or so out there. Moving down to Pelican Lake. Pelican Lake is a really good bass fishery these days. On my sampling, average size was around 17 inches. With some reports coming in at like 20 inches or so. I did try to do the muskie electrofishing out there as well. I did not have any luck finding those guys. But we did have good reports. I think I heard a report of a 42 inch muskie out there, a pelican, which was really good. Bluegills are still abundant and small, but they're feeding our bass. The bass fishery is doing really well. I also did find on the downside of that, I found 2 perch while I was out there back in. So we'll see what's going to happen with those guys. See how they get.
So that's a new addition. They're probably coming down the canal. It probably wasn't an illegal introduction, but
yeah,
somehow came down from Bruff probably, which was an illegal introduction.
Right.
Definitely no need for them to be in.
Right. I guess I should explain that we had that in the spring. We had an event that happened at the screen, at the fish screen, that plugged up. All these tumbleweeds got plugged up into the screen, and we had to have a backhoe tractor come in and pull those out and pretty much destroy our screen in the process. So the screen is not usable at all. So that's probably how they get in. Rich got in there. Let's see. On to out at Cottonwood, in my sampling, I caught 3 bigger guys. The water levels at Cottonwood was pretty low this year. Utilized when I was out there, I was at around 17% of the pool, which is pretty low. Got stuck out there trying to get my boat out of the water. But we got out there and sampled three muskies around an average size around 30 inches. Which is pretty good, but I did get here a few reports for 46-inch muskie. I think got another one for 43 and 44. Let's see. Touch on starvation. Get to that. And we did a lot of, I was helping out the river crew or the stream crew with barge electroshocking, the Strawberry and Duchesne, which we'll talk about Duchesne as well. The Strawberry had really good numbers of brown trout. I would say around 20 inches on average size. Really good condition.
And you're talking about below the starvation dam?
Below the starvation dam. I can touch on that as well.
Yeah, I'll just say that we didn't have enough people fishing that the last 2 years, so we can't review it, but we can talk about that later. Apparently it's a really good fishery, so
Yeah,
it
it's
should
really-
get out,
Really
check
good.
it out.
And then the other thing that I was gonna touch on with strawberry was Brian mentioned that he's looking into doing some work in the Slab Lake, which is that area that became now a lake out there, and so they're gonna be working.
And that's above the pinnacles.
That's above the pinnacles, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be working on stabilization and hopefully improve passage for fish. And he also wanted me to mention that fish above the Slab Lake are pretty smaller size, and it's gonna be 1 or 2 years before they get up into, before anglers are catching a good sizable fish. But there are abundance up there as well. Not all I got for right now.
Okay, so lunch would normally be ready, but it's gonna be a little later. Lindy already warned us, so let's just jump right into, I'm gonna just double check this. Just in case.
It
But
just
if-
rolled past.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it'll be probably 12:30, but it just rolled past.
Oh, okay, cool. So let's start, I have the reservoirs on the list first to review. So let's start with Schofield. And I'm gonna pull up all of these things. But I need to share it first. So Calvin, if you want to get ready, I'm gonna share my screen with the compiled results for Schofield first and just talk about what our results said, and then I'll let you talk about Schofield. I don't know that we need, it doesn't seem there's gonna be much discussion about Schofield, to be honest. So I'll just show this. Okay, get that to go away. So this is, there's like 12 different things, and this, you can see in column C, D, G, H, L, M, right? Calvin scored those. So you guys scored all of the others, it just depended on the criteria. The average score was 75.5. And then if you go to the criteria in the online criteria, 75.5 is way more than is needed for a reservoir of the size of Schofield to review it and to vote on it. So I start presenting that. I just wanted to show that score. Calvin, you want to talk about Schofield, and then we can open it up to discussion with the council?
Sure. I'm glad. I like those scores. I appreciate you guys getting out and doing some fishing on Schofield this year. Let me start quickly. Let me go back and give you a brief history on the reservoir and how we got to where we're at right now. So in 2009, we found Utah chubs and gillnets while during our gill netting surveys. Later that year, we were able to stock Bear Lake cutthroat trout and tiger trout to start trying to combat that introduction of Utah chub. In 2011, the region worked with Utah State University on a grad project to develop a population dynamic model and bioenergetics for Schofield Reservoir. So it was supposed to give us a population estimate of Utah chub, other species, cutthroat, rainbow trout, tiger trout that are in there, and then also recommendations of how to proceed with stocking of predator fish. Like cutthroat and tiger trout, on how many sizes and stuff to be able to control Utah chub. I think if I'm not mistaken, in 2009, I think Panguitch Lake we treated also. Nick might know that, but we at the same time Schofield and Panguitch had Utah chubs. Panguitch were conducted a rotenone treatment. Schofield was just determined to do the slot limit and predator control. And so we didn't get the funding at the time to do the treatment. So that's where this assessment from Utah State came from. We find that the results in 2014 And we began with their stocking recommendations of remove or discontinuing stocking rainbows for 3 years and increase our cutthroat and tiger trout stocking in the reservoir. We jumped up from like 50,000 cutthroat up to 92,000, and we were around 50 or 60,000 tiger trout at the time with this recommendation. From 2009 to about 2014, the chub population exploded, and we got up to as many as almost 400 chubs per net per site. It was a lot of work pulling nets, a lot of chubs, and that was where a lot of the public concerns started being heard because of a lot of chubs. We reduced rainbow stocking to get more predators in the reservoir, and in 15 and 16, it kind of came to a head, and we were told to develop a management plan. So we convened a management team, and the team basically, I spent over 2 hours presenting the history of Schofield. If anyone from the council would like to see that presentation or that PDF, I can share that with Trina, and you guys are welcome to see all the information that goes on about illegal introductions, road-known treatments, water quality issues, stocking. It starts from 1917 to 2017. It's the complete history of Schofield. So I'd be happy to share that with anybody who'd like to review that. It takes, like I said, 2 hours of me going through it. So I won't waste your time today, but it's a very interesting history. So we have these sideboards of, for the management team, is either we do a road-known treatment and we put these predatory fish back in to help keep the chub numbers down, because this is going, the chubs will return, or we can add additional predators in tiger muskie, wiper, and maybe even sterile walleye to control Utah chub. And the management team decided to go the second route and continue with the predator-based management of Schofield. And that's where we started stocking tiger muskie and wiper in 2017. And then I believe in 2019 is when we first introduced sterile walleye. We had one stocking of sterile walleye. And so that's where we're at today. We just finished up the 5-year review of the management plan. All of our management goals. For the most part, we've accomplished all of our management goals. One goal is we'd like to see our catch rates for rainbow trout being a little higher, but we have documented a lot of harvest on our rainbows with our krill survey in 2022. So even though we're stocking 20,000 rainbows in the fall, 12-inch rainbows, a lot of them are getting harvested, and so they're not showing up as much in the krill as we would like. So that's something we're changing in 2025. So I do have a short presentation with this last year's GillNet data and some of the trends and stuff. I'm welcome to present to you guys if you'd like it, or if not, I can just open it up for questions from the council.
I think it's got pictures of fish on it, right?
Yeah, I do. Trina must have seen this presentation because she knows she's in it. So I guess I'll
Do you have the big fish, Trina?
I don't think he would have given me the big fish. I don't remember.
You should have. They would look huge.
Right?
All right. Can you guys see the presentation, Schofield Reservoir?
Yep.
All right. So we'll start with rainbows. So last spring, we had a decent catch rate of our rainbows. Like I said, we stocked 20,000 12-inch rainbows. A lot of them get harvested through the ice fishing season. You can see they range from 10 to 17 inches, average length of 12 and a half. But healthy looking fish, a lot of, good fish. They're not, rubbed fins or anything like that. Usually in the fall, we only pick up one or two. During our krill in 2022, we were seeing occasional rainbows in the 21 and 22 inch range from anglers that we measured in the harvest. So we do get some overwinter growth, and they get to be at least 2 years old. We're hoping to get them a little bigger than that. Spring cutthroat from this past year, they range from 11 to 20 inches, an average length of 15 and a half. You can see in the very bottom photo here, the black lines is the slot limit, and you can see we just have a lot of cutthroat stacked up in that slot limit. The last 2 years, we've seen a lot more fish stacked up there. Previously, like in 2019, 2020, we'd see a few in the 21, 22, 23 inch range. And so some of our changes in stocking this year is kind of maybe to help reduce the number of cuts that are in this slot and see if we can get them out and get them a little bigger. And here's some fall data. This fall, I think Tyler mentioned it was difficult in our gill netting because our water temps were still in the 60s, and in 2023 we were in the 40s at the same time frame. So a drastic change in water temps. So a lot of fish are hanging out further deeper in water, and we're in the shorelines like we would normally see. But we still feel comfortable and confident in everything we collected, and you can see again a lot of fish in the slot and a few underneath the slot for people to harvest. But you can then also see the average size have always been right around that 16 inch, 15 to 16 inch since 2009. Tiger trout, we tend to see more tigers in the fall than we do in the spring with our trout, but you can see we did everything was in the slot limit, and then one larger fish outside in the slot. And then the spring, this fall, you can see we have a lot more variety of fish. What we've noticed in Schofield is they don't tend to school up like a cutthroat or a rainbow trout. So it's more of a solitary fish. You don't see 5 or 6 at a time. It's just one individual. So I think that the netting here showcases that tendency of those fish. But again, we're seeing fish outside the slot. And we've done stomach contents on these fish, and they are eating chubs. And so they're helping out on keeping our chub numbers down. Now to the 3 new species that we've introduced with this management plan. We have tiger muskie, wiper, and sterile walleye. For Schofield, we tend to see more tiger muskie in the spring. That first 2 to 3 weeks at ice off, they get really active. And then after that, our netting results are fewer fish. And then in the fall, we hardly see them in our gill nets because of the water temp. But you can see Trent is holding that fish that's just shy of 38 inches. Lots of angling reports this year of tiger muskies. I had friends from reach out saying they were having trouble catching them this year, gave them some pointers, and then they turned around, were catching 4 or 5 fish at a time. And I know several reports of 42, 43 inch tiger muskies being caught out of there. So they're performing really well. And you can see how fat that fish is Trent is holding. I dare say it's obese when we look at our relative weights compared to other tiger muskie populations. So our wiper actually do quite well. We just, like I said, in the spring, wiper, right at ice off when we gill net, I should say, the water temps are so cold, they're not quite as active as they are with being like in later May or June. So we don't see as many, but we've netted wiper up to 22 inches. This year we had a 19 incher. In the fall, we do see a lot more. And then we did see 3 walleye that we stocked from, I believe it was the 2018 or 2019 age class. We occasionally will pick one of them up, a couple of them up in the spring, but that's about it. Going forth, we may still put sterile walleye in there, but everything else is really doing a good job on keeping our chub numbers down. This fall, like I said, we don't catch quite as many muskie in the fall. Like I said, our water temps are still in the 60s surface temp, and so kind of difficult to collect them in that temperature along the shoreline in October. But we stock 2-inch and 8-inch wiper in Schofield. So you can see these at the very end here, 5 to 8-inch wiper. Those were 2 inches and they were stocked in July. Those were fish that were So they're eating little Utah chub fry. We've opened them up, found fry in them. And so they are eating little chubs. So even though they may not survive in great numbers, they are helping out to keep that population down just by eating all of the fry when we have good spawns. And most importantly, I guess, is our chub numbers. And you can look at the table and the graphs here that, in 2009 in spring, we had 357 chubs per net. And then this past spring, they were 32 chubs per net. We did see a slight increase this fall from 35 to 52 chubs per net. But if you look over the last 5-6 years or since this management plan, we've bounced around from 85, 87 down to 40, back up to 60. So a little up and down is normal. We're not too concerned about that. Our management goals is to have a catch rate of sub 50 for Utah chubs in the reservoir. And so you can see the last few years we were well within that, and we just had that little increase this year. Part of that is due to we've had 2 years of really good water. We've been over 70% capacity for 2 full years, and we've had a lot of chub spawning. And so we were able to see a lot of smaller chubs in other netting efforts that helped keep that chub rate, or it helped increase that chub rate a little bit. But overall, nothing that concerns us. You can see we do have a lot of older chubs that are 10 to 14 inches. Tiger muskies can eat those and they'll work on them. But we're going to have chubs in the reservoir for quite some time. And our management plan was to reduce our chub rate and not eliminate the chubs. So we want to be able to make sure we keep them low enough, but also still provide the tiger muskie fishery and trophy opportunities on tiger trout. And then finally, stocking. One of the things that we're changing this year is, we're changing our rainbow stocking from 20,000 fish to we're bumping them up to 42,000 10-inch rainbows. We feel like we've opened up enough space now and reduced the competition with the chubs, so we can actually increase our rainbow catch rates for anglers and in our netting. We reduced our cutthroat trout stocking from 86,000 cutthroat down to 68,000. We're going to keep tiger trout at 26,000 10-inch fish. You can see us here. We're stocking out tiger muskies in this photo. Our quota is 5,500 4-inch tiger muskie. This year we received 11,000 3-inch tiger muskie, so we doubled up our tiger muskie this year. So we're not, like I said, we're going to have plenty of predators in there to eat the chubs. And wiper, we stock 5,000 8-inch wiper, and then an additional 40,000 2-inch wiper in July. So, and with that, do you guys have any questions?
Questions, any discussion? Like I said, you guys ranked it pretty high. It was pretty high consistently. So we can talk about it for a few minutes and then probably just take a vote, I would think, unless, well, just something it up.
I fished it. It's a great fishery. Lots of nice fish.
Sure.
2 different days, fished a target, 2 different people. I was impressed. I hadn't been there for a number of years. It's worth going there. I fly fished it. I didn't use any hardware, and that was really productive. How do you fish it? Well, I have a little bass boat, and I actually would run around and I'd find the fish. I could see them in the bays and the shallows, and I'd sight fish to them.
Did you throw any dries at them?
Just under the surface.
We're throwing big chubbies.
They were eating, well, they were eating everything, but we got rainbows, we got cutthroats, got tiger trout, and I went around the lake at different spots and I'd find them. So it's pretty impressive. Good job.
I think that's what makes it unique is the diversity, it really is. Plus you can catch some fish that are decent size.
They were decent. Yeah, they went from like 14 to 20 inches. And my one friend, he zinged out his fly and thought he caught the bottom, but it's a 6.5 pound wiper. It took off. I think that was the first time he'd had a wiper, so he was completely impressed by that. Yeah, it's quite a fishery. Big lake.
So we want to make a motion. So it's already blue ribbon, so
To keep it.
to keep it.
Yeah. I'll make a motion.
I'll second. Even though I should, but it was that good. I'm gonna
Tell us
call the
really
vote.
how you feel.
Yeah.
TJ, Really.
I'm gonna call the vote anyway. All in favor of keeping Schofield as a Blue Ribbon fishery?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. No. Abstain.
Thank you. I should clarify, it was delisted in 2016. So it hasn't currently been listed, so this would be relisted. So, but thanks. Yeah, the region feels the same way. We're excited and it's been performing really well. And we're hoping to keep it that same catch rates and type of fishery for quite some time.
So we need to get it back on the website.
Yes, we'll need to.
Okay. Can you change the fish planner then? You might be able to, or maybe we got to do that in Salt Lake.
I can do the fish planner part, I think.
June 17, June 26.
Okay, I will cut that out of my to-do list. Okay, lunch is here. Let's take a break. And come back. You want to just come back at 1 o'clock, or is that not long
That's
enough?
good enough time. That's good.
Okay, come back at 1 o'clock. I'm gonna turn the microphone and camera off here. kind of stuff behind it. Fished it, but only very briefly.
Last year, I stepped out on a sandbar that turned out to be quicksand. A big willow, I grabbed the willow.
Did you lose your boots, DJ?
On Kern Creek?
Did you lose your boots?
No, I was concerned about that. Because as you try to pull yourself up, you lift your right foot, your left foot goes down, lift your left foot, right foot goes down. So I thought, if I do this and struggle, I'm gonna lose my boots and everything, so there's a big willow bush there that I grabbed onto. So I just started trying to climb up the willow bush and got far enough up. Water that was flowing washed the mud off my boots. Then I was able to swing myself onto some firmer ground. I didn't even lose my fly. But boy, it just looks like a sandbar. I walk out and boom, I've never had that experience.
Ready to.
If you panic, you're in trouble. You get in that quicksand and panic. You get in that quicksand and you panic, you're in big trouble.
Oh, yeah,
You gotta stay calm and just kind of work it.
That's most things in life.
Yeah, well, I come out, my buddy thinks, what's that? Mud. There's a whole waders covered in mud.
All right, when are you going?
Yeah, ready, let's do it. Everybody's here.
I did go on a boat once while I was out there, not my boat.
Ready?
Yes.
All right, folks, we're gonna get back onto it. Who is reporting next?
Okay, so next we're gonna talk about the northeastern region waters. So the ones that made the cut, were Current Creek Reservoir, Current Creek, and Starvation. Josue, I messed up on TJ's scores on Starvation, so it makes the cut now. No problem. So, the Duchesne River and Hannah did not make the cut. And if you'll remember, the West Fork Duchesne, we nixed that one because of the fire. Just wasn't safe to be in there. We didn't have enough people fishing it in advance. And then, like I said, the Strawberry below Starvation, we didn't have enough people fish that to be able to review it. If we think we can get 4 people to fish it, I think Nikki, you might have fished it. Yeah.
It's been a couple of years since I fished it. So I got a driving report, but
Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay.
Is
All
it
right.
at the Oasis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone.
I fished it with a guide like
Okay.
2 years ago.
2 years. So it has to be within the last 2 years. And I thought someone, I just can't remember who, I think we had one person review it. And if folks think they can get out and fish there before the January meeting, I can put it on the schedule to review it in January. We can go over, Josue can give his presentation now and talk about it, but we could go over it. But if we don't think, if no one thinks they can get out and when is it, January 19th or whatever, by then, I guess I won't worry about putting it on the agenda.
Well, it won't take any time if you put it on the agenda. Either they've made it or they didn't.
That's true. Okay, good point.
Try it. That still was one I was wanting to get to. I just hadn't figured out how to get up there.
A long way for you.
So,
Okay, I'll go ahead and put it on the agenda. Try to make it out if you can. Yeah, so the main discussion will be Current Creek Reservoir, Current Creek, and Starvation for the Duchesne. Like I said, it didn't make the cut, so I think we want to talk about what does that mean for the Duchesne River and go from there. But I'll turn it over to.
can I take 1 second on
Sure.
back to below Starvation, Strawberry? I'm asking around like people that, some of my friends or acquaintances about that section of the river, so I kind of knew what I was. A lot of them brought up, well, I should say a lot, but a couple of them brought up like how to protect those spawning fish in that section. Is that something this group's on their radar, or just, it's like they're there and they're
Well, part of the scoring is a section that says we think the water, it can't take the pressure from the designation, that we may decline to keep it or make it a blue ribbon fishery because it just can't take the getting beat up.
Right.
That's one way to score it.
Gotcha.
On the other hand, those fish down on that part, the river, is pretty smart. They could be tough. So anyway, I think we put it on.
Yeah, it's okay. I was just curious if there's any other feedback people had on either switching a rig up or doing something. Keep the river fishable, but trying to protect those fish.
So the water, they dropped the water way low, and so what I was told the biggest risk to the fish are by, somebody who loves those fish, is that the locals snag them. And so they just throw into them.
Right, that's kind of what I was getting at. That's the same kind of story that I'm hearing.
That's illegal fishing in and of itself.
That is regulated. I don't know, we don't have creel information from the Strawberry Below Starvation. But the population information does not show that there's any kind of population level impact, that's for sure. So that it's definitely doing well in terms of reproduction and recruitment and even growth, which is impressive.
Okay, that's good news.
So yeah, at least we have that.
So we just potentially just have a few bad actors out there doing what they do to probably every stream they fish.
There's always people who try to get away with stuff, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of out of order. They're going to current label.
Okay, I'm gonna get it. Oh, 4, okay.
So yeah, I'll start with Current Creek. We did a gillnet survey there. Some of you guys came out and helped out. Thank you guys for that. It's a pretty good turnout. The catch summary, if you want to put it in next, there's a catch summary there. See our numbers for what we caught out there. Pretty low on the tiger trout, pretty heavy on the mountain whitefish, which is a concern just as far as the fishery goes. Pretty high number of whitefish, and we're taking steps towards up in our numbers for tiger trout stocking in there, so we can maybe make a dent on the mountain whitefish. But as you can see, there's lots of mountain suckers. There's pretty good forage for them in there, so the fishery is doing pretty well. The condition of the tiger trouts are doing really great. The cutthroat trout are pretty good in there as well, and in good condition. Average size for the tiger trout is around 19 inches. Rainbow trouts as well, it's doing really good, and the condition for them is really well as well too, with an average size of 14 inches as well. And then in terms of, we don't have a management plan right now for that, but I will be working on that this winter and making a management plan. And like I said, I see an issue with the mountain whitefish as far as them kind of being overabundant, and we don't want that, especially with the tiger trout that are in there. There's some really nice ones. So we want more opportunity for people to catch those.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How are you gonna reduce those whitefish numbers if you put in tiger trout? How long, I was there, the whitefish were big.
Yeah, they're big. And so, so hopefully those tiger trouts can target the smaller size whitefish, and we can make a dent in the smaller size classes. It's my hope. And then I'm gonna also look into other things as well that I don't really want to talk too much about, because I still gotta see if it's gonna be approved. But yeah, I'm just kind of gathering ideas for right now and seeing what we can do. I can try to learn about it, trying to get something.
Well, I think we can say, we can explore other species, but that is in the Colorado River drainage. And so at this point in time, if you stock toothy predators, you've got to have a screen on the outflow. But we're working with the recovery program to try and see if something like that, or it's far enough, high enough in the drainage. Boy, it takes a long time. There's a lot of protections in between getting to critical habitat in the Green River. We have to go through some meetings and see. So we could stock some toothy predators in there. That would do even better than tiger sharks. Tigers have been in there for quite some time.
Right.
And they definitely will get big and they'll definitely do their thing, but they, just haven't seen that control on these other species, the forage species yet. So there's options potentially.
Is the elevation too high for a wiper?
I don't know that, but Schofield elevation is pretty high, right? So.
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah, those are kind of the ones that I'm thinking of, something like that, or.
Has this been like a long-term trend?
Yes.
Yeah.
It has. And it's the water quality, I'd say, is probably getting a little bit worse. I mean, it's high elevation, it's on the forest.
Yeah,
You would think it'd be almost pristine, but we're seeing harmful algal blooms and.
Yeah, that wasn't an issue this year. We had lower water. And there's some.
It's definitely. I think there's maybe decreased inflow in some of those smaller tribs because we're seeing impacts to the cutthroat above some of those streams. So it's an interesting water. I think it's got a lot of potential.
I would love to have whitefish in some of our waters as like a component. And we have a reservoir that it's just cutthroats and whitefish. That's all it is. And we don't do much. We don't have to do much with it because it just kind of stays that way. And I've always just viewed whitefish as I don't want to knock numbers down because you got 4 different trout species there that are using them, at least the small ones, the food source. And to add on top of that, if that's clearly that's a major biomass of your system, but if you remove that biomass, do you remove the productivity of those other species that are relying on them? Because that's where our chub conversation went. Lost Creek is let's use it as a food source instead of thinking that it's this bad thing. Let's use it as a source of forage and let the fish, work it out. We can work out some numbers and stocking and that stuff. That's kind of my thought, I guess. But I guess if it's long term, maybe they've been established there for a long time. They've done really well, and adding something probably wouldn't be too much.
Yeah, the biomass hasn't changed in a few years.
Cool.
Yeah, we could always just encourage whitefish fishing as well.
Right.
And that's just another option, right? Just to quote someone, whitefish lives matter. So. Someone online. So yeah, I mean, it could just be a different kind of fishery, but I guess I would just open it up to discussion about, because it is currently a blue ribbon fishery. I don't think I got that one wrong. And so, yeah, what are people's thoughts about keeping it? Like I said, it ranked out high enough in the scoring to maintain that status, but that doesn't mean that we keep it. But it's definitely a cool place.
For sure. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous.
It's close. Way pretty.
Yeah, camping's nice, wheelchair access. It is a great place, but. Yeah, you go, I know we're gonna talk about the creek below it, but, I mean, you got, you've got 2 really beautiful fisheries there with still water and moving water. So. I'd like to see a road across the dam to get into the campground.
Yeah.
So you don't have to try it. You can hide it. Yeah. Just a question. Aren't whitefish kind of a sign of a good a healthy fishery.
Let me quote to you somebody. I don't know if you're familiar with Bob Jacklin, he famous fly tyer. He said something to you group in Idaho one evening. He says, I absolutely love fishing for whitefish. When I see them in the water, that means it's clean, pure water.
Right.
So you hit the nail on the head. Yes. The whitefish are
They're great fish. They fight hard. If you like to eat fish, take the skin off. It's a fabulous quality meat. But, and I'm a commercial rep. I've worked in retail for 45 years. I think I'm the only one that talks highly of whitefish. That, people come in and say, yeah, we have great meat on whiteys. And, no, that's just trash fish. We try to throw them up on the bank. I mean, it's just perceived. It's like the perch, the really old perch days at Deer Creek. When the signs are up there, unlawful to litter beach with perch. It stunk. And, now everybody's trying to get them. So I think it's just an education process of letting people know it is a quality good.
That is the only thing wrong with whitefish is that people they don't want to. Yeah, it's a bummer, but.
And carp.
Just
too.
need to do a little genetic engineering to make them look prettier.
They are. That's a great fish. I mean, you catch a carp, and they're not easy to catch. I'm just saying, nobody's saying anything, but I'm just saying that is.
I'll show you my carp.
Okay.
I mean, wouldn't you want to, you're trying to get cutthroat trout back into the winters. I mean, wouldn't you want to maybe think about stocking more cutthroat into that reservoir so that they can get up the creeks?
So there's populations in those creeks.
Yeah.
That are I think that when we're seeing them not doing well, it's likely because of low flows in those. So the main part of Current Creek, they do well there. And then there's 4 or 5 other tributaries where they're hanging on, but it's highly dependent on the kind of summer that they seem to have and whether the flows are decent or not. And so I think that they're, yes, in a way, right? That could be feeding the reservoir population, could be feeding some of those fish, like populations that are struggling. But I think also its conditions aren't that great, so they might not be going into those.
Does restoration work need to be done above the reservoir to help enhance that?
So Brian mentioned that they sampled there back in 2022, and the water was pretty warm up there, around 72 degrees. So the cutthroat weren't doing the greatest there.
Kind of just needs water.
Yeah.
What are, just generalization, what are your stocking numbers for like tigers, cutthroat?
Right now,
What's your
it's
mix?
reduced to 1,000, I believe, for the tiger trout.
I want to say it's like 13,000 cutthroat, 10,000 cutthroat.
1,000 tigers, roughly 10,000 cuts.
And then I think a similar number of rainbows.
Yeah.
10 to 13,000.
I'm not a biologist, but those seem fairly low for the size of that lake.
You got to think of them all together though, right?
Right.
So especially the rainbows.
That's a big lake.
820
It's not
surface acres,
super
I want to
deep.
say. Or is that the 300 surface acre one?
It's 300.
I thought it
300.
was a decent sized lake. Maybe it's not very deep. I don't know. I've been there once.
I mean, was there, like around Strawberry, they sprayed back in the day to kill all the willows around Strawberry for cattle grazing. Did that happen above Current Creek years ago?
I'm not sure.
I don't know that, but there's a lot of willows up there.
Yeah.
Especially those tributaries coming in.
And the water's still in. I wonder if there's algae problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot of cattle. When we were there was cattle.
Yeah, they're on the lake, shore themselves, yeah.
Who else fished the reservoir in this group?
I fished it.
I fished it. It was his event was like Monday evening to set the nets Tuesday. So I came up, I live in Heber, and if I stuff it out on that gravel washboard road, which I keep telling myself I'm not doing that again. But it's only 25 miles or so from where I live east of Heber to get there, so I did it. And fished all that Monday. And I fish out of a motorized pontoon boat, kick boat. And I caught a whole bunch of rainbows, but they were, I can't remember for sure. I don't take good notes, but in 12-inch range. I mean, I don't like to catch 12-inch fish. I caught a lot of them, but I kept hoping for something of decent size.
Get off
And
my line.
yeah, too much trouble getting them off. And so I don't know. I mean, but I only did that once, you know, as I kind of said earlier, you know, on any given day, a fishing experience can be anywhere. And another day it can be phenomenal. So my scoring, I made some guesses, but you know, I don't even think you can properly score unless you maybe spent 4 or 5 different times. I mean, I've gone to starvation where I have gotten skunked along with my mentor. Actually, I got one fish that day and he got none. And, you know, those of you who know John, it's not a matter of skill. It's couldn't find the fish. 3 weeks later on a club outing, I was picking up a generous amount of 18 to 21-inch, 22-inch fish. So the scoring problem, I had a hard time, kept bugging Trina on, what does this mean? What do we do? Because a one trip snapshot is not very good data. And,
It is tough if you've only been there once, and it definitely helps if you know folks who have fished it, right? And you can kind of, because it isn't meant to be scored based on one trip. It's the potential, right? So it's like talking to others, having more experience in a water body, that definitely helps for sure. But it's also difficult to get these places, you know, that are all the way across the state, right? It's really easy when they're super
well, I
close,
like to
but-
go where I can get to quickly and catch a lot of fish. So guess where I go.
Right. So any other thoughts about Current Creek Reservoir?
My only comment would be is, unless my data on the fish size is atypical, then something should be done to let them get a chance to grow bigger.
So it for a smaller water body, I think it only needed 65 and it got an average of 70, almost 71 scores. So,
I love the place personally. It's gorgeous up there.
Is this an up and down vote on this one, I guess? Yes. Oh,
yeah,
This is
someone wanna,
already, this is already
it's in.
Blue Ribbon Fisheries
Yeah.
just reevaluated.
Yeah.
right.
Right.
So someone want to make a motion and we can just see where,
How did it score last time?
I don't know. It was like 2006.
Oh.
So I don't even think I can find those
Nobody
records.
keeps track of that.
That was part of the reason I was like, oh, that seems like a good one to do because it has been so long.
So we started reevaluating. So that's perfect. All of these have been Blue Ribbon. And then we're reevaluating it, right? We pick what, how many per year now? 5, 7?
Yes.
Second this year.
Yeah, it
Something like
was 7 and then it dropped to 6.
Okay.
And we're talking about 5. So.
I move we keep Current Creek
From
Reservoir.
what I've heard, I would say yes.
Okay, you got it.
It seems like it meets the amenity requirements. There's not a lot of lakes that have access like that one does. Has a nice campground.
Yeah, facilities.
Good dirt roads.
Outstanding.
It's a whole experience.
Fish quality could honestly improve in a couple of years if you can find just the right little adjustment to make. You could probably really improve the fish quality. So maybe even just stocking higher quantity of tigers and reducing something else could make all the difference potentially, or adding a toothy or something more predaceous might make it in just a couple of years' time. So probably not worth killing. It's
Call the vote then, all in favor?
Who seconded? Did you read
all
the second?
second.
Okay, and then let me go to the. Oh no, I guess we'll be able to see folks online. maybe.
Can you see him? All in favor of keeping the Current Creek Reservoir Blue River? Okay. Any opposed? Anything online?
Okay, it looks like no.
Okay, nobody here.
Okay,
Now we
back
got
to the
what?
slide.
Current Creek.
You want to go to starvation?
Yeah, just
next?
the last slide.
Okay.
I'll start with forage netting there that I did in the earlier in the summer. Really good numbers as far as forage base goes for perch. I sample around 1,500 perch just in the summertime. Not many black crappie and only a few bluegills. As far as the yellow perch go, it was a really good sample size. They're doing really well because they did show up in the twin netting that we did just last month, which you can see there, the walleye, we sampled 191 with an average size of about 19 inches. Rainbow trout were pretty good as well, and angling for rainbows was really good at the summertime. Average size for my sample was around 16 inches. Also had some brown trout, and then another component of the forage base is the flannelmouth. We did find those in walleye stomachs. Yeah, I did find a few of those in there. And then the smallmouth bass were doing really well.
You remember the average size?
Average size on the smallmouth bass was 14 inches. Although I didn't find smallmouth bass in my forage netting, I did find largemouth bass, but I did not find smallmouth. And most of the smallmouth bass sample was in the bigger size. So I'll have to look into that more, see what's going on as far as that population goes.
Your forage netting's probably going into like shallow, like littoral areas, not super rocky.
Right.
Probably, right?
Right. Yeah. But I just wanted to mention.
Yeah.
Because I didn't see that many.
It's interesting you got largemouth.
Yeah.
So I would add the forage story at starvation has been, I'm sure most of you know, but the division stock walleye back in the 70s, maybe, along with other bass species and some other 2D predators. And the walleye definitely took off. They hammered those Utah chub. That's what we were trying to control. And then by the late 2000s, no, I guess it was more like by the late 90s, those chub were pretty much decimated. They were all like old 30-year-old chubs that couldn't reproduce anymore, and then they just went away. So then the yellow perch showed up as an illegal introduction, and the perch were a nuisance, a pain in the butt, but at least they were feeding walleye, and then the walleye took care of that, and perch were on the decline. And so that's why the Northeastern region crew started stocking crappie and the bluegill. And so they were trying to just diversify that forage base. And I mean, I hate to just, be like, oh, it sounds like it's working, when it's like, it seems like we're still waiting, on more long-term results, but it's good news at least. And it sounds like it's going in the right direction. And so that's really awesome news that the forage base is doing well. There may not be a ton of bluegill, it may not be a ton of crappie, but it's a ton of perch, and you just need them to persist. And some of them need to do well, but they don't all need to do well in any given year.
Yeah, and the perch are also in the twin netting. Got 64 of those, and the average size was 9.5 inches. So they're looking pretty good for ice fishing season.
That's pin size.
Any questions then, or conversation on starvation? Should we just do a vote? Motion to keep it?
We can keep it. Yeah, first and a second. Larry, Bill. Share a comment?
Where's the light? Did someone raise a hand or something?
Oh, let's call the vote then. All in favor of keeping starvation blue ribbon? Aye. Opposed?
Okay, I didn't see Terry or Rebecca. I saw Ryan.
Okay.
Cool.
Look at that.
There he
little
is.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
future fisherman.
All right, let's go back to Current Creek since that one also ranked out high enough. Back over to that. Oh, oops. What's that? Oh, yes. Oh, thanks, Rich.
Yeah, I don't have anything on Current Creek on there.
Nothing on Current Creek? Okay. We'll just go back to that. Yeah, ignore the slideshow then.
Yeah, I mean, all I have for that is last time it was sampled by our crew was a 2022, like I mentioned before. Average size was around 12 inches for brown trout. There were some tigers in there, not many though. But for brown trout, it was around 1,200 fish per mile for that section below the reservoir. And like I mentioned, above the reservoir, it's not the greatest water quality, or water's is a little skin warmer. So
Are there whitefish in the river below?
there is whitefish.
In all the years they fished it, I've never got one, so I was shocked to see how many whiteys we got out of the reservoir.
Yeah, there was a few. I don't have the numbers on those. Wish I did, but this was all just from Garn, who sampled it, and he was just on top of his head. But there was whitefish, you find whitefish and red side shiner, the same composition that's on the reservoir.
Any discussion?
Question, what's the pressure like there? I mean, is it like a place that people say, I want to go there, it's a destination, or is it?
You like beaver dams?
I do.
Like,
Dams you can't get out of unless you're 6 foot tall. It's actually a tough fishery because of all of the brush and the beaver.
It's so cool. I mean, when you close your car door, the fish. I think it's a tough fishery.
The fish really well. Once if I figured it out, it was fast fishing, but couldn't figure it out at first.
Well, that's a problem. If you can't figure that out.
And then watch for moose.
Yes.
Plenty of moose there. You'll see their tracks in the river.
There you go.
But it's a gorgeous place. I mean, September with the cottonwoods turning color. I mean, it's pretty as it gets.
We had dedicated hunters going out doing krill surveys, just spot krills. And I had a lot of interest in Current Creek. A lot of the dedicated hunters would come from the Wasatch Front area, trying to find that information. I guess it's anecdotal, right? It's not quantitative, but I was surprised at how many people they ended up talking to. And I had someone out there, it was almost every weekend, I think 2022 or 2023. Yeah, they were talking to, it was a lot of people. I was surprised. So in terms of, I don't have exact numbers because we've never done like a programmatic krill there, but it's more popular than you might think.
During the big hatches, it gets a lot of people. Like the green drake hatch was really good again this year. And during that, there was tons of people coming in the store asking, what do I use and where is it? How do I get there? So the hatch season is really good.
Yeah.
The one day I fished it for the evaluation, I didn't see anybody fishing. There were people camped in there. But I didn't see anyone actually fishing.
It's real popular with ATV folks. They like to go up there. Pretty heavily used. Some of them fish.
On dirt roads up there.
Yeah.
Just so you get back up over that rough road going over the other side of the reservoir over to Co-op Creek. And that's brutal. That's a brutal.
So where are we on the status of this? Damn it, right. You can't find it?
I can't find it. So,
Well, what was it? So how did it rate overall? Made it?
The rating was, so being a small stream, it needed a 55 and it got a 59.5 average. So you can see there were some folks who ranked that lower than others, right? So there's a kind of a wider spread.
Well, should say
Someone
seems
wanna
like
make
we
a-
should keep it.
I think it's gorgeous up there, even though it's tough fishing. It's kind of like what a blue ribbon water in my mind. Of course, I like the moving waters.
Okay. Making a motion to keep.
I'll make a motion to keep.
Nikki will make a second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's there.
I'm not seeing any position online.
Okay.
Okay, now, Duchesne. That didn't rank out high enough. It's a larger, because it's an average of 40 feet, so that means that it needs like, I don't know, it's more points than what it got, basically. And it was like, I think it needed 65 and it got 55. See, someone thinks really highly of it here. I don't know who that was, but, so kind of a wide spread, but only one person thought it, it could maybe rank out high enough anyway. So I guess I would say that it doesn't say in the criteria booklet that, it says it's a criteria and that's the threshold, but it doesn't really specify that you have to remove it from the list. So I guess I would open it up to discussion. I think that that's what's implied, right? That it's no longer blue ribbon fishery, but I think if someone feels really strongly, then, and this is near Hannah, right? So this is Highway 35 before the split, where it splits in the north and the west fork, where all those CUP access points are.
What's gonna happen with, how much of the North Fork burned? What's gonna happen with silt coming down that canyon going into
That's a good question.
the Duchesne for the future?
Yeah.
And the Yellow Lake
Crystal ball time.
Right. Well, and Wolf Creek got hit, it burned all the way down. Oh,
I
yeah.
can speak a little to
Yeah,
that
hey,
because I've
please
known
do.
that fire for about a week.
Oh, please.
Our bear report just came out. They said for heavily impacted land, just land that they're expecting erosive concerns with. Out of 33,000 acres for the total fire, we had 40 acres. They're expecting to erode. That's mostly in the Wolf Creek area. I walked a lot of the West Fork Duchesne drainage. It crept up that ridge, but it didn't. We won't get anything running off into that drainage.
Good.
I really don't see much. The Duchesne will see some effects. I'm sure.
North Fork didn't make it that far, or?
No, it did not.
Oh, good.
Multiple drainages survived. Sounds like.
Good. The Duchesne's got really nice access. It's well marked. It's easy. It does get quite a bit of pressure.
That was
It's
nice to
clear.
see.
Yeah,
We spent a lot of time on those signs. I hope you like them.
It was awesome.
Oh, yeah, no, it's easy to find them.
Good.
I don't know, we get great reports through the store, but, and the scoring, I don't know, to score low.
I
But it
think
could be
the
debated
problem,
too.
and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I think the problem with the Duchesne is that part of it is like a lot of just shallow habitats. There's not a ton of like deep pools. There's a lot of fish per mile, and I just don't know that it houses a lot of big fish.
They're in those little teeny troughs, and you're gonna walk right over them.
So electrofishing, it was good. It was just,
Yeah,
and maybe it's tough fishing too. I don't know.
it'd be tough if you don't read the water right. you gotta look at the bottom. If the bottom has a different color, moss can grow there. It's slow enough water. There is a fish there. And you walk right by that because there's a big pool right there. And you go to the pool and you walk by all the fish. You see them scattered.
So
Yeah.
every year, the Bonneville Club does a trip to Aspen Grove, Aspen Campground, which is right there in Ashley National Forest, is right there at the confluence, almost near the confluence. It's our best trip because everybody catches fish, everybody, and nice fish. Some of them are, like 18, which is
Yeah,
that's
there's some
pretty
good
big
fish.
fish
Yeah.
for that. Yes, it's one of my favorite rivers. I
We've got to separate reservoir or lake fish from moving stream fish. I mean, you're not going to catch, in most cases, as big a fish out of a stream as you are out of a reservoir. I mean, that's been my anecdotal experience. And I like the moving water better because, it's a little, just more interesting.
Over time, what's your population is still pretty similar to what it's always been as far as fish per mile and.
Yeah, it hasn't changed much at all.
I think in some ways, and this is biology side of me saying, fishery hasn't changed. You have some off days fishing or whatever, right? Like, but take it off because it doesn't score super high, even though the fishery is there. I'd be super upset if you took Lost Creek off. Now it's a state park. Now we have all these amenities, and because we have a couple of bad days fishing, you take it off, even though fish are probably in same condition, if not better than they were when we first put it on. And that's why the scale was put the way it is. I understand that, but at the same time, like, look at it fisheries wise, from the biology side, same size fish, same number of fish, like that part's the same.
And if it was a smaller stream, if the average size was 30 feet, the number that it got would meet that.
Would
So it's
exceed the
just,
threshold.
having it be a 40-foot stream. And Rich just said, keep it on the list. So thanks for that, Rich.
Well, I mean, it comes down to an up and down vote, not the score, correct? The score is an advice.
It doesn't specify it in the criteria that what that threshold actually means. It doesn't automatically kick it off. So it does, in my mind, it comes down to a vote then, yes.
What caused the score to be lower? Was it a particular category?
So if we go to like number 10, setting. So setting was a little bit or had some lower scores, as did, what is that, 2? Harvest potential. So there was a lot of scoring that where one of to get a 6, it is highly likely they'll achieve desired harvest versus it is likely that they'll achieve desired harvest. So there's a bit of I'd call a subtle distinction there. But that was a big part of it.
The access was difficult.
What is that? What was in the setting? What did the setting
Number 8.
text say?
Sure.
I was too slow.
Aesthetically pleasing, one of them.
So it's definitely.
10. Ah, sorry.
It doesn't have amenities really. It doesn't even have a bathroom at all. Mickey, I don't remember a bathroom.
So for those of you that are online, we're just going through the criteria and we're looking at number 10 right now. And so it's setting and just looking to see.
Yeah, funky lots was quite small, but perfect for fishing, so.
I mean, if some of those things keep something from being on, I mean, Above the Pinnacles doesn't have a prayer. I mean,
yeah.
And if that recovers, that used to be the place to be.
I mean, I think you guys can, you feel strongly. I think you can do what you need to do.
Comes down to a vote. If the group thinks that it should be kept.
Well, I'm, as a new guy on the block, I don't understand the history of these ratings, but my lifelong skill of being able to read black and white says this is a crazy system. I mean, it's just, there's no objectivity, there's no quantification, and I'll do my best to contribute. But using this kind of a rating scheme on a fishery, I would never, one good year, one bad day doesn't make a great fishery or a bad fishery. It needs something different in my mind, but I'll play the game and abstain when don't have something to contribute. But I think, what Jane just reiterated, now I've never fished this water, but if a group goes up and has a really good time and there's no good reason to remove it because of the biology says it's about the same, to me, that constitutes a nice fishery. The fact that there's those setting things, that has nothing to do with a fishery in my mind. Those just, that's a criteria that.
So fishing isn't the only score though. Maybe just a real quick history on the rankings and kind of scoring and deciding yes or no, blue ribbon. Maybe Jordan, you can correct me if I get some of this wrong, but a lot of it's tied back to the original governor's executive order creating it and highlighting some of these things like economic impact, which may not necessarily seem fisheries related, but tied back. And the council seemed to always really struggle with, okay, how do we, at the end of the day, how do we decide yes or no with fishery? So there are a few iterations of kind of objective scoring and using that objective scoring as kind of a hard line. And that was tweaked a lot. And we ended up with this Hepworth-Walker scale. At least from my perspective, it was a pretty good, honest attempt to say, okay, let's try and be somewhat quantitative, make an objective assessment, get a score, and then this up or down vote was added on top of it. Just kind of at the end of the day, it's a subjective. You guys are the blue ribbon council members, and you kind of get grounded with that objective score, but you have a flexibility to decide yes or no. This meets the smell test of blue ribbon water. So you can always nitpick the scale, and it has been done a lot, and a lot of different versions have been worked over and over and over. You're never going to get a perfect scale, and this to me seems as close.
We spent the first 2 years I was on the council, that was about half of our meetings was nitpicking the Hepworth Walker scale.
You guys are the council, your opinion matters, mine doesn't, but from what I've seen, it's a reasonable attempt on the quantitative side, and then having that objective or the subjective, like, with the fishermen, we're gonna say whether or not this passes the smell test. It's the most reasonable approach,
Yeah.
Yeah, Bert's got a great comment there.
Yeah, it's like 30, you basically can enter at the town of Hannah and you can walk as long as you're in the Duchesne or on either 20 feet on either side, you can walk all the way up to the forest boundary on the North Fork or the West Fork, which is pretty impressive. Yeah, there's people putting electric fence sometimes up, but you're still allowed to cross as long as you're within that easement, so.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be too critical. I think it's just difficult. I mean, there's almost, I would offer that if the whole rating thing was rating it for a quality experience, then all of these non-fishery related criteria would make more sense, having restrooms, because, if I go somewhere and my wife has to go walk a long ways for a bush, that's not her favorite thing to do. But the term blue ribbon fishery, in my mind, connotates fishing experience, quality fishery. And that's where I have this trouble, and maybe my head just has to be refocused. And so I'll call the synonym for blue ribbon fishery is a nice family experience place. And then all of these criteria, all of a sudden start making much more um, reasonableness to rate it for facilities and amenities. But I mean, there's plenty of people who will go to some god awful long treks into the woods to catch special fish, and there's nothing there except sore blisters, but great fish. So that anyways.
I definitely see that for sure. But I think, well, and you and I talked, right? Like this is what we have, but definitely see that, and it is all part of it. And it doesn't have to get, every water doesn't have to get a perfect score on everything, right? That's why there's a threshold. You don't have to go all the way up to the maximum for it to be blue ribbon. So I think there's a bit of give and take there. So, okay, having said all that, and thank you, Nick and Clint, for those additions. Does someone want to make a motion on the Duchesne River near Hannah?
To keep it. Keep it blue ribbon.
Keep it,
I think you made the motion. Second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
One.
One, okay. Just waiting for one person.
I
Okay,
think access is great. I think fishing kind of sucks.
sounds like you need to go with Mickey, so.
That's all those fish in the box.
So.
Okay, and yeah, Bert mentions the mitigation commission website, and I tried to add all of those on the mitigation commission website. I added those all to our Utah Fish Planner, so they should be in there. Okay, thank you, Josue and Calvin and everyone for that discussion. Okay, next on the agenda. Okay, next I just have a Lower Provo updates. I just am keeping that on in case people want to talk about it. I know Bert wanted to mention a few things. He had some updates, so go ahead, Bert. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. I had hoped to be there in person today, but I have a cold and I didn't want to give it to everybody for Thanksgiving, so.
Thanks.
I have a couple of updates, but before I do, I joined the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council in 2015, and at that time, all of the fighting over the Hepworth-Walker scale had largely died down, but it was quite a contentious battle, apparently, during the early 2000s. And the scale is carefully developed to balance not just the fishery bill, but the experience and all of the other components that really makes a good day on the river or stream or reservoir, including excellent boat ramps, access, et cetera, et cetera. So I, as former chair, I wrestled with this a lot, and we discussed it quite a bit, as Larry mentioned. And so I would strongly encourage the council to continue using the scale as best you can, but definitely delve into it and understand how it tries to weigh all of these different components. That said, I wanted to say, bring you up to date on a couple of things on the Lower Provo, things that have happened since the June meeting where I appeared. The first of these is at the June meeting, we talked a little bit about a lawsuit that had been filed. So I'll just use the term the Alt family because the lawsuit is named by a variety of different names related to trusts and trustees and so on. But back in April of 2023, the Alt family brought a lawsuit against the Utah Department of Transportation. The goal or the intent of the lawsuit was to block the construction of the multi-use parkway, the Provo River Parkway multi-use path, which you probably know exists now from Vivian Park all the way to the mouth of the canyon, running along the old railroad grade. There's a 3.5-mile gap in that trail from Vivian Park on up to Deer Creek Dam. So this complaint filed against the Department of Transportation in April was kind of the first salvo in attempting to block the multi-use path. There was an amended complaint filed on December 22nd of 2023, in which the Alt family listed the 6 parcels that they own, 5 of which contain the bed of the lower Provo River. In the amended complaint, the Alt family asserted that they own the bed of the river and they are unaware of any other individual or entity that has an ownership interest in any of their 6 parcels. And as I reported in June, on May 23rd, the Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands filed a motion to intervene in this case, or a motion to join the case. And in it, they said, in essence, hang on a minute, the bed and banks of the Provo River, the lower Provo River, are constitutionally protected sovereign lands. Why? Because the Provo River is a navigable river. Why is it navigable? Because there's ample evidence that it was used for commerce prior to statehood. In fact, the evidence that they cited was evidence that the Utah Stream Access Coalition had provided over 7 years ago. Evidence that we found on the Provo River being used for commerce, which we actually found while we were getting ready to go to trial on the Weber case. So the update is that on August 14th, the Utah Stream Access Coalition filed its own motion to intervene or motion to join in this same lawsuit. So Forestry, Fire, State Lands motion to intervene is basically on the grounds that these are sovereign lands constitutionally protected that belong to the people of Utah. The Utah Stream Access Coalition's motion to intervene is based on precedent set on the Weber River, that if this is indeed a navigable river, and we believe that Forestry, Fire, State Lands can prove that, that means the bed and banks are open to public recreation. In the motion to intervene that the coalition filed on August 14th, we list 11 different separate instances of anglers being harassed by either landowners or their representatives while these individuals were standing on the bed or banks of the lower Provo River. One incident from August 19th of 2022 involved either a landowner or a landowner's representative actually discharging a firearm into the river adjacent to an elderly man being guided on the river. Supposedly, the shot was filed at the indicator that the gentleman was using to try to catch fish. There are 10 other instances of harassment that are described in the motion to intervene. So I wanted to make that clear I should say that this particular case has been stayed, that is frozen by the courts, and I won't go into the details, but right now, neither the Forestry, Fire, State Lands nor the coalition's Stream Access Coalition's motion to intervene has been acted upon because the case is stayed. But there is some movement, and we believe that the case will be unfrozen, and then the court will begin to consider the motions to intervene, and if granted, then there will be grounds to proceed with both the claim of Forestry, Fire, State Lands, that these are sovereign lands, constitutionally protected, and the coalition's claims that the public has the right to use those for recreation. So that's the first update. Are there any questions on that?
When do you think it might go forward? What time frame?
I have no idea. What I do know is courts move extremely slowly, so I can't answer that with any meaningful, reasonable answer. Okay, second update is this, and I let Trina know this ahead of time. Trina, can you launch the page? So the Provo River Resort has a website where they advertise their resort and the various amenities. I will note that before I was chair of the Blue Ribbon Council, Dustin Carlson served as chair for several years. And when he was serving for chair, he continued to drive home to the council that the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council is only as good as its product and its brand. The product, which you all have been wrestling with for the past several hours, is the waters themselves and whether they meet the criteria for really the best of the best that Utah has to offer. But the brand, I mean, if you don't protect your brand means nothing. So the brand is, this council determines which rivers in the state are blue ribbon or not. What I wanted to make you aware of is the following. Notice the first, well, I guess it's the second sentence in this description, but I'll read the whole thing. Cast your line into the paradise at the Provo River Resort. Our, O-U-R, Blue Ribbon River, teeming with trophy trout, waiting for your expertly cast fly. And it ends with, book your Provo River Resort stay today and experience the thrill of fly fishing on a world-class river. So we have landowners who are claiming this river as their Blue Ribbon River, which I contest usurps the brand and dilutes the brand of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council and the Blue Ribbon Fisheries of the state. And I'll end my comments there.
Okay. Thanks, Bert. Any questions, any comments, any thoughts on?
Do we have Utah Blue Ribbon Fisheries trademarked?
I don't know that. We have a logo.
I highly doubt it.
It may not be anything more than just choice of words. Not sure they're claiming an ownership to the river. But
Well,
notwithstanding,
our, in my mind,
yeah, but the more important thing is the last meeting we had, there was somebody that came here, said that the case had been stayed because they were in negotiations with the landlord.
that was a representative from the AG.
Yeah, I thought it's one of the lawyers. Yeah. So I don't know where we're at now.
No change.
No change. Negotiations continue,
Okay.
but parties didn't meet appropriately sides. They did what we were willing to give and what the other party wanted. There was no gain ground on anybody's side, and nobody agreed with what the negotiations were at that point.
Okay.
Not saying they're over, but that was the last negotiation.
Well, if you have negotiations going, the court's going to stay the case. Because if the parties can resolve it, and the court doesn't have to waste its resources, and everybody walks away semi-happy or semi-disappointed. Which then said is a good settlement. But so, are they still talking? Is that why it's stayed?
Even though I'm the Blue Ribbon rep, I have left myself out of it because I'm not the lawyer. I'm not in charge of it. So I can say what I can say to you guys, but I don't know any more than probably what Bert knows and what Trina knows.
I can see if Charles can come in January, maybe, if there's anything to report, and just give like a brief update if he's gonna be in on that.
Chris
that would be
sent me
good.
something this morning. It's not much different than what we've already talked about, but they have made progress on the part of the court hearing. Not saying there was a hearing, but they were in a discovery stage of more information, and both sides had a deadline of when they were supposed to get information to them, and they hit that deadline. And that was October.
So I'll interject briefly. It may be, there are multiple cases. Actually, there are two cases. There's this case where the alt sued UDOT, and then there's a subsequent case where UDOT and Wildlife Resources joined together and sued the alts. So there's two different cases. The one that I talked about where the motions to intervene were filed is stayed. And as far as I know, is still stayed. The other case, Division of Wildlife Resources was simply trying to correct the bad language in the angler's access easement that exists on the river above the trestle up into the pines. But that case also, UDOT, the assertion was that UDOT did not have the proper right-of-way to do anything beyond railroading, and even that the right-of-way that they had was defective, such that the work to relay the trails of the Heber Creeper could not proceed, and that the state, UDOT, did not have the right to rebuild the railroad or the multi-use parkway, Provo River Parkway. So it's complicated. And I know that the issue regarding the railroad right-of-way in the second case had been sent to the Surface Transportation Board in Washington, D.C. for further consideration. I understand that the intention was for Wildlife Resources to sever their part regarding just the angler's easement and take that back to state court, because this case, the second case, actually moved from state court to federal court. But the issue of perfecting the survey for the angler's easement above the trestle is all based on state law and has nothing to do with federal law. So I don't know where that stands, but at the very least, it would be nice if the survey could be perfected and the angler's easement that has existed for many years above the trestle could be recognized, formally fixed and recognized. But I don't know where that stands either.
What bothers me is the taxpayers of the state of Utah have spent considerable money on that stretch of the river, albeit one of the finest urban fisheries in the country. And the economic impact across that is significant to, Provo County and Wasatch County. It bothers me that a private party is then I'm not sure what the right word is, usurping that taxpayer money and promoting it as our Blue Ribbon River, like that property owner. And I'm a property rights guy. I believe in property rights. But they're usurping the taxpayers in this sense and promoting it as if they've accomplished something, when they are really riding on the backs of the taxpayers. And that bothers me. It still bothers me. And I'm a proponent of delisting that section of the Provo. And maybe in January, we put that on the agenda again. I'd request that. I know last time we did that, the AG's office was here in a heartbeat, so that might spur them a little bit. And, maybe have our outreach team put some kind of a press release out that the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council of the governor's Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council is concerned that the taxpayer dollars are being usurped by a private landowner. And we're considering delisting that section of the stream and not putting any more taxpayer resources into that section of the stream. Maybe that's overly complicated.
I just wonder if someone can just call them and talk to their web person, and because I think it's a blue ribbon fishery, so a subtle word change would make all the difference, and not, if just make that change that would say something to the effect of, housed or settled on a blue ribbon or nearby a blue ribbon fishery, right? Then it's not ours. So if they're willing to change that wording, go ahead, Ryan. Let him go first.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry. I too have a little cold, so I'm not there in person, but I guess I'll chime in here. I spent a lot of time on this section of the river, and the website that you guys show, it showed Rocky Mountain Outfitters. I manage that organization, that guide service. The picture that was shown there, if anybody's ever been to that part of the river, there, the Alt family literally owns both sides of the bank that was shown there. I don't think that they are claiming to own, that like the blue ribbon designation of the river. I think it could be as simple as like, hey, you need to change that part and take that last sentence and put world-class fishery up where it says blue ribbon. I could ask them. I could ask them to see if they could do that. It is Bert hit it on the head. It is a super complicated situation for all parties involved. I guess I'll mention a couple of things that were brought up by Bert. The lawsuit for UDOT, just so if those that don't know, that was because the contractors for UDOT were cutting down extensive amount of trees because of the parkway. If you've been up there from Vivian Park up to about the tunnels, there were a lot of trees that were mitigated, and then from the trestle up through Pine Run, it's completely changed the river. And if you've spent any time on the river, lately, ever since those trees have been cut down, it is open season for ospreys on the fish in there. And you used to go and see a few ospreys a week. Now you see 5 or 6 anytime you're there on the river. So it's definitely had an impact, and so that's why that was stopped. Also, I'll just comment on the angler harassment. There, I don't know about the gunshot. I never heard that. There are just as many harassment from the anglers back to the landowners. I could show you multiple photographs of gestures, sayings, property vandalism, stealing signs, things like that. So anyways, I'm not here to advocate one way or the other. I think that section of the river, everyone knows it's a blue ribbon section of the river. Everyone knows that's the I think that the numbers speak for themselves, that you could easily designate from the trestle down to Olmsted, and it would still meet the criteria. But I think this is something as simple as you take one word out. Also, I can think of 3 or 4 instances of different places besides Provo River Resort that use that blue ribbon. I can think of one on the Fremont River. I think of one on the Weber River where they use that. So are we going around chasing websites to get people to take that down because it's private? I'll also just give an update on the enforcement and people. I don't know if anybody's been down there and have received one of these packets that the Alt family is giving out to anglers, just that describes a lot of things that Bert's talking about and how basically where it stands now. And it has all the information and the lawsuits, and it mentions how in 2023 that the lawsuit basically says that the coalition didn't meet the threshold that it does have a public easement. So I hope that tomorrow somebody says it is fair game, let's go get it. I hope that happens tomorrow, and it's not the case, and so it's complicated. So a lot of people have just tried to default to compliance, and so that's kind of where we're at. Obviously I have a lot of thoughts, but I'll just leave it at that. But I have this packet that has all the information, but that gives you maybe some clarity on what that is. But I literally, if you guys want me to, I can call them today and say, hey, can you take that blue ribbon off, and see what they say, and I can report back.
Oh boy, Jordan.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Glad you prepped.
Oh boy, yeah, it is an oh boy moment.
Come on. Log your back pocket. That's why.
Huh?
She knows you had an attorney in your back pocket.
Mhm.
Maybe.
So I'm not gonna comment on the property rights dispute. That's been going on for 20 years. And when I first hired on with the division as a Blue Ribbon Fisheries biologist, that lawsuit and the threats were happening then, and I was told as a biologist to stay out of it. And the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council has not opinionated on that in 20 years. So I think that we should follow the advice of the AG on that. And if the AG thinks that we need to make comments, then great, let's make comments. Regarding the website of Provo River Resort, Blue Ribbon Fisheries, Utah Blue Ribbon Fisheries is a brand. Is that not something that we want to promote?
So, yes.
So if they have Utah Blue Ribbon Fisheries on their website, let's just make sure that they say it correctly and say our Utah Blue Ribbon Fisheries capitalized as a brand. And, maybe ask them to link to our webpage. But I think that we want to allow them to promote it. When they say our, like, is it not theirs? Is it not ours? Is it not everybody else's who fishes it? Like, who cares? I don't think that matters at all. I think we're arguing for something kind of dumb. So, but let's make sure the branding is correct.
Well, in fact, I mean, that brings up the point earlier, somebody raised, and we tried to trademark it or whatever, the legal.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up. I was like,
yeah,
what argument do we have if the brand isn't trademarked?
Right. I mean, those
but
are,
we can ask them, like, yeah, help us promote the fact that that's a Blue Ribbon fishery. We want to attract people there.
I think that's a benefit to the whole state. To have waters recognized as quality fishery or total experience or whatever the right encompassing term is implied to me. And so I think, and the issue of our versus some non-our type phraseology, I mean, I think of strawberry as my reservoir. That doesn't mean I'm claiming deed to it, but that's where my
But if they
recreation.
started selling parts of the land
Yeah,
to Strawberry and you couldn't fish off that
well,
part of the land.
no, I'm not advocating that they have the right.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
that's kind of the way the rivers become. If I own the land around it, you can't walk anywhere along that river.
I think they are trying to usurp ownership for sure through all this litigation Bert's
I fished
describing.
that river for 45 years. I spent years fishing that river at least 3 times a week. And I went there twice this summer because I've been kicked off the middle now. People are starting to say, this is private property. You can't walk through my land. And so now I'll go try the lower again. Go down to the lower, there's tubes that are popped, there's flip-flops, there's beer cans, I was like, what happened to my river? Our river? And then I can't go up the river to where I used to fish. Cause it's private now. All the beautiful pines that he talked about, I envisioned that. It just boom, right there in my head. I love that section of river. I haven't fished that river for, who knows, 15 years now. Because of that private property. It's just, the fishing was great. I caught fish when I went there this summer. But the experience it sucked because of all the trash. It was just, I couldn't believe it. Well, and we have the noise of the cars now. Before we didn't have that. But I can't do anything about that. But I think we can do something about the trash that's.
We do every year, fish for garbage. That is the number one cleanup.
It's just, yeah,
Yeah.
it's horrible.
We've talked about this for quite a bit. I think we need to
Move
move on.
Yeah.
I think your idea of having the AG come here to tell us where they're at, and whether we can brand the comment, but Utah did not invent the term blue ribbon.
No.
I mean, every state in the western United States has Blue Ribbon. So I don't know where that would get us. I'm not sure this is a fight we want to get into.
I don't think it needs to be a fight though.
Didn't
Anyway.
the Landowner there decides to trademark Blue Ribbon
Yeah,
Fisheries.
if you try to do that,
True.
then it's not gonna get far because it's not gonna go anywhere. Everybody's got Blue Ribbon. We're Blue
Burton
Ribbon.
and hand raised.
So who's got the hand up?
Bert.
What do you want, Bert?
I just wanted to wrap it up by saying thank you for the opportunity. One of the reasons I'm so passionate about this is I'm now retired. I've fished that section of the Provo River for 25 years. And when the signs went up in the spring of 2023, I basically said, I can't go there anymore. I am being inhibited from going to a part of the river that I used to love and enjoy. But the most important question, and we got a little sideways on the website and the language, is whether or not the Provo River is navigable. If it's navigable, that changes, that affirms everyone's right to touch the bed and banks to the ordinary high water mark. And with that, I'll stop yapping. Thanks.
Thanks. So
I'll just comment a quick thank you as well for your comments, Bert, and thank you for that update. And me as well. I appreciate everyone listening to me. Yeah, we're very passionate about it. Spent a lot of time, a lot of livelihood there. And just to clarify, did anybody want me to talk to them, or are we gonna let the legalese handle it?
Ryan, let's talk next week and see, just see if there's something like put together some wording that makes sense.
Okay.
And like a link to the website or something like Jordan suggests, and then we can send that out to the council again for approval, but you and I can talk first, maybe, since you know them, and maybe we can move that way. And so if the council's good with the change or asking for the change, then maybe talk to them then.
And I think we better run that past legal before we
thank you
sidestep lawyers that are involved, because we are part of the state. So is that good enough?
Yeah, so no need to talk to them yet.
Yeah, we'll have the AG come in, tell us what they can.
Okay.
Maybe it'll be settled. I doubt it, but maybe.
So, and I would, TJ, I don't know what you think, but I put together a presentation. There's so much in that economic survey, and looking at the time, I don't think we have to go through promotional priorities and volunteer opportunities at this meeting. That could probably wait till January. So I'm proposing to move to the economic survey summary.
Oh, the
If
one.
you're okay with that?
Yeah, from Utah State.
If we've got time, we can always backtrack.
Call, go ahead.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, and I need to share this.
Second.
Okay, so I'm going to share a presentation with y'all. So make sure that you guys can see it and that it's advancing. Okay, are you guys seeing online? Are you seeing a presentation?
Yes, although it's small.
Okay, you might be able to rearrange your layout and correct that. If I do that, does it advance?
No advance.
Duh. Okay.
Give it time. It could take a little while though.
I'll try again. Okay, if I do that, I bet that works.
Much better.
Okay, and if I do that, hold on. Whoops. Does that advance?
Yeah, good.
Okay, great. Thanks, Al. Okay, so y'all are probably aware you paid for an economic study last year. So that ended the end of last fiscal year, which is June 30th. So I just wanted to go through those results, and it's a lot. So that's why I was like, well, let's put this first, and then we can do all that little business if we still have time. So just to give credit where credit is due, these were the authors. Man-Kyun Kim is the main person that we spoke with and interacted with. You can see he's a professor of applied economics at Utah State. So we also had others from Utah State and Clemson University. And they're the same, Man-Kyun was the same main author as last time. So the last one was done in 2013. So our intention here was to get an economic assessment of Utah's blue ribbon fisheries, including analyzing angler expenditures, exploring anglers' preferences for fish species and site attributes, and I'll go through those site attributes, what that were specifically, estimate the economic benefits, and then we're just primarily seeking to update the 2013 study, but they also added a selection of like favorite and least favorite fishing site attributes, which was informative. So objectives were to estimate economic impact of fishing in Utah, evaluate the economic contribution of blue ribbon fisheries, and then calculate the overall economic value of fishing. And just to let everyone know, because I'm like not an economist, so I was, what is this? The contribution is, so the impact was just the direct expenditures. Contribution is direct plus indirect plus induced. So indirect effects are the changes in inter-industry purchases as they respond to the new demand. So if someone goes and they buy all kinds of fishing tackle, then that company maybe makes so much they have to hire new people. And so these are the indirect. And then induced are the increases in household income generated by the indirect and direct effects. So that's a doozy and a mouthful. But the value, then, we're also trying to calculate the overall economic value. That's the broader benefits that anglers derive from angling. So it's recreational enjoyment, environmental quality, enhanced biodiversity, and they used a willingness to pay to measure that. So it's a lot of background there, but I thought that was important that you understand like what we're trying to do. So the survey went out and Randy and I helped develop the survey. It was nice that he helped me out with that. He kind of got the whole project going through purchasing early in the fiscal year, and then I took over in late October. So we kind of tag teamed it. The survey went out February to May. We sent out 17,000 emails, and we used the same process that we use in our regulation surveys. So we have like the whole list of 438,000 or so anglers. And then we say, yes, we want out of state, or no, we don't. And then for this one, we did in-state and out of state, but we did not use short terms. We didn't do the 3 days or the 7-day licenses. It was people who bought a full license. And then we take out people who have been asked questions. So if they responded to a deer survey or they got an email for our angler regulation survey, we didn't send it to them. So it ended up being 17,000 emails sent. We got 750 responses. That is lower than what they were shooting for. That's not what they were going for. So we decided, and I understand that this does increase bias, right? When you post it to Facebook, you increase your responses, but you're also not randomly selecting those people. So you keep that in mind, I guess. We don't have really a way. There's a few things that we can do to kind of look at the differences in responses. And I've got, like, just as an example, the difference in response for species preference, and I can show that at the end. But I just wanted to present that is kind of a little source of bias. It just is what it is. But in terms of getting the number needed to run the analysis, we needed more responses. So just some interesting tidbits, I guess. Anglers reported 20 trips per year. On average, the median was 14 trips per year. So you can see that there's a few folks reporting a lot. That is up from the 20, I guess the survey was done in 2011. The report was probably out in 2013. More than 31% of anglers fish more than one time a month. 36% of anglers were unsure if they'd fished a blue ribbon fishery. So that is interesting and telling. So we'll be working on that with outreach over the next few years, because blue ribbon fisheries do really draw people in, right? The top 3 destinations are Strawberry, Deer Creek, and Flamey Gorge.
All blue ribbon fisheries too. Those 3 are all blue ribbon.
Right. So this was, and I'll show the list, and it'll all be blue ribbon fisheries. So this was like after they said, okay, here's your blue ribbon list. Where have you been? So yeah, but it's the top waters anyway, regardless. 90% of respondents were male, 72% employed full-time, the average age was 50, and then the average years of fishing experience was 41, which is impressive. So yeah, you can see those. So this is the top 20, bottom to top. Strawberry, Deer Creek, Flame Gorge, Jordan, Green River, top 5. So if you're real fast, you might realize what's not on that list, and that's Lake Powell. So at first I was like, oh geez, did we miss Lake Powell? Did we forget to include that in the survey? It was top 5 the last time we did this. It was number 22. So that's interesting there. Dan was included in that. We talked about like, is it water levels? Is it quagga mussels? And I think we'll try and explore that a little bit, but that's kind of an interesting result, I'd say. Just looking at age distribution, you can see that this is typical of angler surveys, but we see a lot more of the 40 to 60-year-olds, and it's just not representative. I will point out that the 15 to 19-year-olds, we don't have the Utah general population, but 0.2% of the respondents is way under, what the Utah general population is. So I don't know why that didn't show up, but you can just see we're heavily in the 40 to 60-year-olds, but that's pretty typical. Education wise, you can see that our respondents were some graduate or higher, which is very different from the general Utah population. A big chunk of them were, at least. And then less people who responded at just high school grad or GED versus the Utah general population. All right, so getting into the meat of it. Just talking expenditures, the average spend was $180 per trip. So that's $217 for Blue Ribbon and $139 for non-Blue Ribbon. So I think that the program is meeting one of those expectations or hopes that the governor, when the governor first created this program, right? Like these are water bodies that, people, they're destination waters. People are going to spend more. They're probably going further away from home, that kind of thing. These were gas stations and convenience stores were the number one expenditures. Lodging, those were the 2 big ones. And then grocery store, restaurants, food, equipment rentals, and souvenirs were all much less. So if you multiply that out and estimate your direct expenditures with the number of licensed anglers we have and the median number of trips per year, it's over $1 billion of direct expenditures annually. So it's pretty impressive stuff.
Retail stored somewhere else?
Sorry, what?
Retail sales stored somewhere else of fishing gear?
Here.
I thought it was in there.
Might not be, yeah.
Equipment rentals, maybe?
No. Good question. It's in there. I know it's in there.
Should be food.
Yeah, really.
Selling tackle should be food. Just for me. Yeah. These are empty. Yeah.
I have the report. I'll either save that to the Google site so you guys can see it, or I'll send that out. Maybe I'll do both. Yeah, good question. It's in there. I know it is. Potentially I missed it. The economic contribution of fishing in Utah. So this is like when you start seeing the ripple effect throughout the economy. Total industry output of 2.18 billion, supports labor income of 0.861 billion, provides employment to almost 18,000 individuals, contributes 426 million in fiscal revenue, 30% of which is state. And then the multiplier effect is 2.02. So every $1 spent results in an output of $2.02. Thought this was really interesting. So you can see the groups on the left side. So you got rainbow trout, cutthroat trout. Group 3 was brook brown and mountain whitefish. Group 4, lake trout, splake, tiger trout, and kokanee. And you can see that they all group in this lower right quadrant. So this is basically a star rating. So they were asked to rank species or species groups by adding stars 1 through 5. So the further to the right that you go on the x-axis, right, where it's 1.5 to 4.5, that means there's more of a preference. So standard deviation of stars on that y-axis, so 1.25 to 1.55, the higher you go, the more variation. So some people might have said 1 and some people might have said 5, and that's why they're higher in that section. So if you're looking in this lower right quadrant, groups 1, 2, 3, 4, all these cold water species, there was a strong preference and it was consistently a strong preference. You didn't see a lot of not strong preference, right? Group 10, I like to point that out because that's easy. That's channel, catfish, and bullhead. So you can see that there's not a lot of people preferring that species or that species group, but they're very, you know, you either like them probably, or, you know, that's it, right? Because there's not a lot of variation, right? There wasn't, you know, some people who said 1, some people who said 5. Whereas that other group in the upper left, kind of a medium preference. I think what that's showing is that there's an increasing preference for bass species, wipers, tiger muskie, northern pike, perch, bluegill, crappie, walleye, striped bass. So it's probably increasing, but yet there's some people really prefer them, some people still not quite, right? So yeah, kind of a lot of variation in those groups. So then moving on to the attributes. The attributes were availability of a dock or boat launch, bag limits, catching large number of fish, catching trophy-sized fish, crowding, distance from home, scenery, and enjoying nature, the ability to do so, recreational opportunities, having a visitor center, or water quality. So the survey presented 15 questions asking respondents to pick between these various attributes. And the number of attributes remained consistent, but the combination varied across questions. So it was like it was like 5 different attributes, and you were asked to, okay, here's my favorite, here's my least favorite. And this is like, how do I pick a fishing location? So, yeah, so you got 5 of these. It's like, well, I'm really excited about catching large numbers of fish. And so I'm going to pick that as the main factor. And then the least, typically, as you'll see, is like a info center. Nobody cared about that, right? So it consistently ranked out like the lowest. People aren't selecting those. And that's what you see here. Anything with a bar moving to the right means that it was positively selected, right? So it was selected as maybe the reason that they might select a fishing site, or like their most favorite attribute in that list that they were presented. Anything to the left means it was selected as the least. And you can see the visitor info center, nobody really is using that to select fishing locations, whereas they're definitely looking to catch a large number of fish. They want to enjoy the scenery and wildlife. They want to avoid crowding. They want the ability to catch trophy-sized fish. They want good water quality and not too far from home, ranked out kind of high. Those other ones, not as important, although there were some, as you'll see in the next couple of slides, like other recreational possibilities. There was a group that was interested in that, and like having some amenities was important sometimes.
You missed a word.
Uh-oh.
Third line down. Crowding at fishery, they want to go.
So it's the opposite.
Oh, now.
Avoiding crowding, but yeah, you're right. It should have. Probably should have said.
They want it.
Please give me crowd.
That's where I go.
See how many other people you can hit with a tip of your rod before it breaks.
Something they noticed in their analysis was that there appeared to be 2 clusters. So they broke it out and they did do a cluster analysis. And cluster 1, which is the blue bars, was different, significantly different from cluster 2. And cluster 2 is pretty easy. They're the fish guys, the fish people. They want to catch lots of fish. They want to catch large fish. They also want to enjoy scenery and get away from people, but the fishing is the most important attribute. The first cluster, though, the blue bars, they're probably out there just to be away from others, to enjoy nature. They definitely avoid crowding. They want to see pristine water quality. They want to get away. They probably, it looks to me like they're doing other things, other recreational activities, and fishing is maybe one of the things that they're out there doing. So it was interesting that they're interested in catching a large number of fish, but you can see they're selecting against the trophy-sized fish. That is not important to them at all. But again, visitor center, info center, nobody cared. And even a dock or a boat launch. So something that was interesting came up in our conversation when I presented to staff. It's like, people aren't selecting for a dock or a boat launch, but then we had a discussion about Pine View, and the problems and issues going on there. And people are upset, right? So it's like, if there is a boat launch, if there is docks and amenities and things like that, they want it to be taken care of and they want access, but it's not necessarily why they're selecting their fishing locations. So economic value was a willingness to pay. So determining which attributes influence where people choose to fish. So it's kind of taking some different attributes and just taking it one step further, right? So respondents were asked to choose between hypothetical fishing destinations, each with varying attributes. So type was either river stream or lake reservoir. Was it a blue ribbon fishery? Yes or no? Was there improved angler access? Yes or no? Still using the same 11 species groups for what they can catch, and then additional cost. And it was, so it's relative to the cost of their most recent fishing trip, 0. And so it's like in $10 increments, you would pay a little bit more, or you pay $0 more, right? So would you be willing to pay $10 more, $70 more? That was kind of how it was asked. And so this is identifying which attributes are most valued by the anglers and how that impacts their choices. So we had 4 models. 1 was the baseline. 2 is focusing on the relationship between fish groups and angler choices. 3 combined variables from the first 2, and then integrated some of the fishing site attributes. And then number 4, we're looking to incorporate blue ribbon fisheries into that. And you would expect a negative coefficient with that blue ribbon fishery, suggesting that the impact of additional costs on willingness to pay diminishes with the blue ribbon fishery designation. So that kind of makes sense, I guess, after thinking about it. But you would expect a negative, but it would just be less negative. So I'm not going to give you all the model stuff because I don't know that I understand all of it, but just the rundown is respondents did not want to pay more than what they paid for their last fishing trip. But the blue ribbon fishery designation did reduce that effect slightly, but people just don't want to pay more. So respondents preferred fishing streams and rivers. When species was not included, you add that in, add the species groups in, and preference for streams and rivers went away. So it was more important for people to be able to fish for the species and the species groups they wanted to fish for versus targeting rivers and streams. Respondents did want to fish blue ribbon fisheries once they knew what they were. Respondents were not particularly drawn to locations with improved angler access. And in fact, when no other attributes were included, they preferred sites without improved angler access, probably kind of implying you're getting away, you're out in the middle of nowhere, potentially less crowding. But those are all sorts of things that you can hypothesize, can't be sure of why. And then respondents showed strong preferences for fishing sites with specific species. That was the biggest influencer. And in this analysis, it was the kokanee group that ranked out the highest. Then Brooks Browns, then Cutthroat, and then Rainbows. In that first one, the star group, I don't know if you noticed, I didn't really stop to pause on that, but it was group 2, the Cutthroat group, that actually ranked out highest when we were asking them to rank the stars. It wasn't rainbow trout, which is interesting. Okay, just 2 more, maybe 3 more slides. We're getting there. Willingness to pay was higher for rivers and streams than for lakes and reservoirs. Willingness to pay for blue ribbon fisheries was a little higher. Had stronger preferences, more willing to pay more for cold water species, right? And I guess you see that, right, with guides and guiding services. The value that they were able to calculate, it was people were willing to pay $149 more for rainbows, $162 more for cutthroat, $192 more for Brooks and Browns, $227 more for kokanee lake trout splake. So, interesting stuff. So yeah, just in conclusion, just pulling out some of the main points that I thought we saw there. So its economic contribution is substantial, as we know. The average expenditure is 188 per trip. Most expenditures were in the retail sectors, but particularly in gas stations, convenience stores, grocery stores, and lodging. Again, I'll go and look for if they specifically mention tackle or where that would be included. Over $2 billion is what angling contributed to the total industry. Supported significant labor income, provided employment to almost 18,000 individuals. Yeah, over $1 billion in direct expenditures. And then that what is it, for every $1 spent on fishing generated an additional $2.02 in a total economic output, which is impressive. So, and again, Utahns still prefer to fish for trout and cold water species, but I think those warm water species they're increasing, their preferences are increasing. We see two kinds of anglers, ones that want to catch fish, but they more so just want to be in nature, get away from people, enjoy the outdoors. And then there's the fish folks that just want to catch fish or just big fish. Folks did not want to pay more to go fish than what they paid for their last trip, although it was slightly less significant with the blue ribbon fishery was accounted for. Anglers or respondents preferred fish or river and stream fishing, but species was more important. And they're willing to pay a lot more for cold water fishing experiences, but not willing to pay for improved facilities. So yeah, what would we take away from that? Things we've discussed so far, and we can, this is kind of fluid, right? We're still kind of working through these results and seeing how to proceed with them. But, Mancune and his group suggested designating trout management areas, highlighting those areas, right? Having potential blue ribbon waters, going back to that concept, because blue ribbon fisheries do draw people in, but you don't necessarily want to just add a ton of blue ribbon fisheries if everything's blue ribbon and nothing's blue ribbon. But maybe there's some potential blue ribbon waters that could be added with just a little bit more effort and funding, and they would get to be blue ribbon. We also need to improve our outreach, make sure that Utahns are aware of what their blue ribbon opportunities are. And then we really we need to focus on trout opportunities. And then you can split it out into kind of, try to cater to the two groups, right? Like protecting pristine locations with minimal crowding, right? Or you could just protect areas that have either fast fishing or large fish, because it's rare to have both, right? But we just maybe want to ensure that we're continuing to protect these locations and maybe really focus our efforts on those kinds of locations. And then highlight the opportunities when it makes sense, but we don't want to overwhelm certain water bodies. So I know that was a lot. I will post this. I will post a report so you guys can look at it at your leisure and just kind of go through stuff because there's a lot.
So it kind of seems like the stuff that people didn't care about very much is the stuff that cost the most.
I know. Yeah. It's not. Doesn't have to be expensive.
Does this mean that with our Hepworth Walker scale, we're selecting for the opposite of what people want here?
Well, but don't forget though, right? Like there's nothing that makes people more mad than going to a place that has amenities and expecting top-notch amenities. And if they don't get those, that's going to really upset people, right? So there's a balance there.
Fisheries?
Yeah. Well, some of them are.
Yeah, all the fish cleaning stations are all closed. And all the restaurants are closed right now.
There's definitely an expectation that if you go to blue ribbon water that has amenities, they're going to be functional, right? So, I mean, it's definitely, I won't say that.
I don't know. I mean, again, please take my comments as not critical, but an observation as a new set of eyes and ears on this process. When I hear the term blue ribbon fishery, in my mindset, and most of my fishing grew up through Idaho, Montana, Wyoming before the last years, it means a quality fishery. I don't care about parking. If I can get there and find a place to pull off the road in the desert, or, like on the Madison $3 bridge, you park anywhere you can get. But if you can get down in the river on an uncrowded day, you've got a blue ribbon fishery. Okay. So that's where I'm coming in, and I have to adjust my brain to your definition on this Hepworth-Walker scale. It's not just the quality of the fishery, it's the quality of the experience. Now that's a wider definition that encompasses a nice place to feed or whatever else you need to do, but it's a broader definition than just what I think. If you could poll 1,000 fishermen across the country about what do they think of a blue ribbon fishery, I think it's numbers and quality of fish and water. And the rest of the things I'll put up with a lot for a 20-inch fish. And, you know, you can give me all the clean restrooms in the world. If I can only catch 6-inch fish, I won't go back. I might take a family outing there, but then that's a quality family experience, not a blue ribbon. So it's a definitions thing.
I think the way that and I don't mean to interrupt you, but when we look at our rating of, family, experiences, while you and I may want to go through the pucker brush or get out on a reservoir, when you've got a couple of kids and you fish with kids, you know, you want to have the place to be and you want to have, you know, some toilet paper in there and that kind of thing. So I think you have to separate. They're both blue ribbon experiences. It's just who's it targeted to. If you want to take 3 or 4 kids fishing, you know, that's a different experience than,
That's where I'm, in my head, I'm broadening the rating scale as a quality experience scale, not just a blue ribbon fishery. Now, I'm not suggesting we change the names, but understand where I'm coming from, because when I'm going places where I can know I catch good chance of really incredible large fish to me, which is probably 16 and over. Every, you know, that's, and so the economic evaluation, I think, is biased, maybe as Jordan said, it's more like, in my view, what my definition of a blue ribbon is. I'll tromp through the woods to get my 20-inch fish, and the rest of those attributes are secondary. So again, a newcomer, I struggle with trying to meet her schedule to get my ratings in. And we talked on the phone because I struggle with it, because I had come into this process with a different mindset than what I'm now calling the overall quality experience, which when I take my wife out somewhere, she doesn't like going tromping through the woods. She likes to go to a place where she can, you know, not get in dust, and she, you know, and she wants cell phone coverage, and you know,
be able to get her ebook.
well, you know, she's got all of those things, but you know, I've learned to accommodate after, you know, 57 years of marriage.
Oh, yeah.
So, but again, it's this quality experience versus my definition of blue ribbon fishery. So anyway, that's
her definition and definitely it is spending all day.
No, she likes camping.
Well, Rich agrees with you here. And then Bert says, I hope the Utah legislature will take note of the economic contribution. So Bert, yeah, I hope so too. I'm putting together a just kind of a 1-pager. I think it can only be 1 page, and then Bill's gonna help me with a poster for putting the pertinent information, the relevant information. Then Larry's gonna go to Fishing Day on the Hill, right? And have that information. I'll get you.
You're gonna be there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
One of the things that I took away from, I think it was your presentation or yours, who had the rep out there? Yeah, we ought to have a couple of pre-planned events set up that we can invite the individual legislators, you know, to get them out into the field. So whether that's gill netting or shocking or something like that, we ought to have something we can hand. Hey, we got these events coming up. We'd love to have you come. You know, we feed them a shore lunch or something like that. I mean, maybe get a couple of the TU clubs involved. And that way we can start to, as a good friend of mine says, you know, buttonhole them on key issues. You know, because we've got a lot of things coming up with public land initiatives, you know, that some of us may or may not agree with. You know, there's a whole list of stuff that's going on. So, you know, if we could enlarge it from just a day, how do we take that to the next level? And, you know, we didn't need to decide that today because the fishing day is not till February, right?
Yeah, we'll have a January meeting.
February 10th. And I think it's, you know, a fabulous idea. And so let's, let's get those guys out in the field and on the water, get their names, and then we can, I don't mind calling these people and saying, hey, you got our invitation. We'd love to have you come.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think probably get them out mostly on Clint or Tyler's project. So
Yeah.
put your best happy
Well, I
face
haven't
on
written
Clint.
down, I haven't written down, I haven't had the ribs on my list here.
Cool.
You bring them
So does the survey, does it, like, do you choose, when they did the survey, do you say whether you're a, a bait fisher, artificial fisher, fly fisher, fish from a boat?
That's our
fish-
general angler survey, and I can bring the general angler survey to you guys probably in June. I don't know that we'll have time, or I could ask Craig. So Craig is gonna take the January meeting for me, January 16th, so he'll be here. 'Cause I have a training I have to be at. So if we can fit it in January, maybe I'll have him to see if he can present that. We are presenting it to the Wildlife Board in August, along with the Blue Ribbon information too. So we can I can definitely have that in June. But
I
that's,
bet the answers are very different depending on the group you're in. Like, I mean, like, I don't care about the regulations at all because I'm not gonna keep anything. Unless it's dead, unless I kill it, like that, you know what I mean? That.
it's set up the same way. So the angler survey is, you take the big pool of emails that we have in the system, and then you make sure they haven't gotten anything for 5 years or whatever, and send it out, a big chunk, whether it's 20,000, 25,000. For our regulation survey, it was 26,000, but the angler survey is something we do, every 5 years, 10 years?
It's about 5.
It might be 5.
Seems pretty.
And
seems
that's
pretty-
very general, and it's meant to capture that, like, who are our Utah anglers, and because it's done, the way it's done, it's a random sample, so we can make generalizations statewide, which is kind of cool, right? So this one, we sort of did that, but then we had to send it out to Facebook.
I don't think we separated whether by the gear type used in fishing. I think this was just
No, this one doesn't do that.
yeah.
No.
So it's if you fish. Yeah, if you fish.
But we have that information, like the angler survey was out at kind of the same time. So we have that information, and it just would be a different presentation. Real quick, so I'll go ahead and post the other things we didn't get to today, promotional priorities for 2025. That's just the outreach stuff. I'll go ahead and post my thoughts, and if you have any additional thoughts, let me know. Volunteer opportunities, I think that went well last year. The spreadsheet that the biologist maintained, I hope everyone found that useful. So we'll go ahead and do that again this year. Yeah, sorry, guys. I think I just got booted. So we were just talking about rescheduling the June meeting. It's scheduled for June 19th. That's funny. I'm looking for the date and I just said it was Juneteenth, didn't I? Anyway, June 19th, aka Juneteenth. No one will be in the building. The AV folks won't be here. Liddy won't be working. You won't be able to get through security, that kind of thing. So it would just be easiest to reschedule, either moving it to the day before Wednesday, or if Thursday works really well for folks, we could go the 12th or the 26th. So I had one vote for just moving it to the day before Wednesday. Any thoughts?
Whatever,
Good.
whatever you guys want.
Take your shot.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm easy.
Put a poll up, try to just see what you get.
Sounds like everyone's cool with just
I'd say
Wednesday.
pick it and then,
Okay.
you know,
18th is
I'll just
fine.
do my best.
Okay, we are gonna move it to the 18th then, and I will go ahead and make all the room arrangements and everything. So thanks for that. And look for some, like I said, some information from me. And sorry for going a little over, but covered a lot today, so
We there?
we're there.
Any new business? Everyone bring something up? Tired? Ready to go?
Get more sweets, that'll
Motion
help.
adjourned.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good. See you guys.